Sayın Büyükelçiler, Sayın Başkonsoloslar, Sayın Rektör,
Distinguished ambassadors, consuls general, rector, distinguished chairs, distinguished participants and members of the press. The leading industry fair of the Eurasia region, 29th International WIN-EURASIA WIN Industry Fair. Welcome to the inauguration. Participating companies and supporting companies, we are continuing to grow. And to deliver the opening speech, Deutsche Messe AG Senior Vice President Arno Reiner. To the stage, please.
Honorable Presidents, esteemed supporters, valued visitors and members of the press, it's absolutely exciting for me to look at so many people again. A warm welcome to all of you. I'm very glad to open the 29th edition of WIN-EURASIA World of Industry. And today is a global exhibition day, and what could be better to open such a great fair here on a day like that. Esteemed guests, WIN-EURASIA, the leading industrial trade fair of Eurasia, brings together industry professionals who are interested in the various innovations that trade fair offers. We are pleased and excited to host trade professionals from all over the world and from a wide range of sectors, representing the manufacturing industry in 300 degrees under the same roof in Istanbul over the next 4 days. By joining the WIN-EURASIA family, you became part of a large trade and technology sharing network. Let me explain it. WIN-EURASIA is organized by Hannover Fairs Turkey, which has been organizing the trade shows of German-based Deutsche Messe AG, one of the world's 10 largest exhibition companies, in Turkey since 1966. It's 1996. 1966 was a little bit early. 1996, sorry. And Deutsche Messe AG is one of the leading trade fairs company worldwide. We organize more than 150 trade fairs and events in Germany and abroad every year. We bring together people of all nations who drive the pace of innovation and help make for sustainability and prosperity with their solution and through their cooperations. We are part of the communities and industries that meet up at our own events, and we are perfect hosts for events staged by other organizers. Deutsche Messe AG organizes market-leading trade fairs in many countries, including Turkey, China, USA, Mexico, Italy, and Germany, attracting thousands of professionals every year. And one of the biggest and most important exhibitions is Hannover Messe, you maybe know it. Every year in April, the event brings together industry leaders, purchasing experts, exhibitors and visitors from all over the world in Hanover, Germany. WIN-EURASIA is a representative of Hannover Messe in this regional market and plays a vital role in Turkey as well as in the surrounding countries. Hannover Messe and WIN-EURASIA provide a powerful network which connects you with producers, investors, and exporters all over the world. We offer high standards in a safe and highly efficient trade environment. Thereby, you can expand your trade network, sign new collaborations, and forge new partnerships, thanks to the synergies created. This year's motto is Industries Meet Diversity. WIN features more than 500 exhibiting companies presenting their diverse products and technology to thousands of visitors. Featuring a 28,000 square meter net exhibition area across 6 halls, this year's WIN-EURASIA hosts dedicated pavilions of Germany, Taiwan, China, and Korea. WIN's Bio-Delegations program hosts more than 200 industry professionals from 10 target countries. What a fantastic way to meet manufacturers in Turkey, start new partnerships, and close new business deals. Each year, we work hard to raise our own targets even higher. Today, we are very excited to introduce you to the main future technologies. Industry 4.0, the factory of the future, 5G, of course, the metaverse, robotic technology, or artificial intelligence. Take your time and discover at this year's WIN-EURASIA the AM topics that will transform the industry. Ladies and gentlemen, staging WIN requires a lot of teamwork and support. So, thanks to our esteemed industry representatives and business partners who make this great show possible, Republic of Turkey Ministry of Industry and Technology, Republic of Turkey Ministry of Trade, and all public institutions and associations. But most of all, thanks to all exhibitors, sponsors, and visitors, this is your success story. And of course, I also want to thank my team from Hannover Messe Turkey for the great job. And now, let's have a successful and inspiring show. I wish you inspiring 4 days. Thank you very much for your attention.
Sayın Rayha çok teşekkür ediyoruz. Şimdi de kürsüye konuşmalarını
Thank you, Mr. Ryan. Now, Turkey Machinery Federation Vice President Sefa Target is coming. Distinguished Chair of our Istanbul Chamber of Commerce, distinguished participants, guests, Turkey Machinery Federation and Turkey Machinery Exporters Association. I'm here on behalf of them, representing them, greeting you. Machinery plays an important part in world trade. They claim a huge share. Approximately 30% of world trade is machinery, and in that sense, they have a key importance. In the manufacturing sector, they have a leading role. They input every industry, and they have a transformative role. So the sector is really one of the driving engines of global economy and the economy of the country. Industry, agriculture, construction, and service sectors are growing, so demand for machinery parallel to the development of our country. The machinery market in 2022 approximately was around $50 billion levels. That's what we're counting on. And in 2022, including free zones, $25.5 billion worth of exports have become a reality, which is a record in our own field. We have broken our own record, and in spite of the pandemic, in the last 5 years, we have increased our exports 9% every year within the past 5 years. Increasing machinery demand, investments, and the aggressive attitude of the Far East after the pandemic. As a result of this, imports increased parallel to this, and as of last year, compared with the previous year, it increased 11%, and it climbed to $38 billion, and our trade deficit is still $12.5 billion. These figures that I'm sharing are showing that even though there's no correlation in between these two, we have two very similar figures, which is the machinery that we produce, 70% of it. I'm underlining again, 70% of it is being exported to the entire world, with the EU leading the way. However, 70% of the internal market is controlled by imported machinery. These are two separate things, but by coincidence, they are very similar, these figures. Our success in exports shows the quality of our machinery, but such high importation in the domestic market is something we have to put on the table. This is a very exceptional situation. The reason for this situation is that some machinery are not maybe manufactured in Turkey, but this may not be the most important reason. The Ministry of Industry has a LEAP plan and technology-focused LEAP project. This is something we've been all working on. This target will make our machinery more utilitarian, and there will no more be any machinery that we won't be manufacturing. I believe this to be true. One reason for this is that in machines there is brand loyalty, and people want to import foreign machinery. I would like to underline that. This is a psychological. This will require some psychological struggle to overcome. Of course, Turkum project, machinery quality certification, these are important things that we're developing currently. Our umbrella organization is the Turkey Machinery Federation. There are 32 member associations under that umbrella. 20 of those are the machinery subsectors. They are machinery manufacturers and mechanic manufacturers. However, Enosat, Akdal, Robedal, Tuidal, such members, and technology and system provider companies, when we within this community, we want to continue our activities. Today we're inaugurating Hanover Messe's Reflection in Turkey, their branch in Turkey, and hopefully this will be the main fair in the future. That is our wish. WIN-EURASIA fair, machinery and manufacturing systems. We are reviewing technology products related to that. This is an important point of view in Turkey, meeting point in Turkey, as technology industries will be seeing technological solutions, 5G-based solutions. And in that regard, it will be an interesting fair experience, I'm sure. Distinguished guests, distinguished participants, another important topic is climate change, fighting against climate change. And we have to admit industry transformation is compulsory. It's the Green Deal process. In that sense, in 2053, Turkey will have to produce zero carbon, and that target has been announced, and carbon emission will be minimized. Such machinery and production method needs is on the rise, so we have an important mission on our sector. Less raw material, less energy. We should be expanding, and we should be developing methods that will do more. Emission, attrition, waste should be low. That's how we should design machinery and waste systems. New technologies, these are required. This digital and green transformation, our sector is right in the core of it. Currently, it's put forth as Industry 4.0, and the machinery sector is revolving around this 4.0, it seems. However, within this cycle, machinery sector will shift to the core of this transformation, and all manufacturing and human relations will revolve around the machinery sector. This is something we have experienced, but we have not been aware of in the past, and we're seeing it once again now. Machinery sector will protect the world, protect the people, will make it possible for human beings to work in ideal circumstances. It will be the skill of the machinery sector to do this. And of course, we have concrete work. We signed a protocol with COSGAP, for instance, and inefficient machinery and engines will be transformed. We're working with COSGAP. We signed this about 1 month ago, and within the scope of this fair, our Secretary General, our friend Sühtü Bakır, will represent us, and COSGAP representatives will participate in a panel on Friday. Okay, without further ado, I would like to conclude, and General Manager, CEO, Vice Assistant Miss Anika, and her assistant Becca Sanam, I would like to thank them for their contribution to our fair. Have a good fair.
Sayın Targıt'a çok teşekkür ediyorum.
We'd like to thank Mr. Target. And now our last speaker is from Istanbul Chamber of Trade, Mr. Şekip Akdaviş. The floor is yours, sir. Distinguished representatives, distinguished diplomats, distinguished Deputy Chair Mr. Rai, and Anika Hanım, distinguished CEO of Hannover Messe in Istanbul, distinguished representatives and directors of NGOs and sectoral representatives. I would like to greet you all cordially. Hopefully our fair will bring good to all the participants and it's going to foster trade relationships further on. Indeed, this fair is the biggest fair event with its concept, with its content, with its looks. It is always leading the way. So Hannover Messe is an extremely important partner for us, and they organize very important fairs in Istanbul together with us. And it is indeed a great pleasure that we are having this fair with joint force Anika Hanım, Belkis Hanım, and their team. I would like to extend my thanks to each and every one of them. As you know, as Istanbul Chamber of Trade, Chamber of Commerce, we are one of the partners of this Istanbul Fairground. After the pandemic, we have made renovations so that we may offer more comfortable setting for organizing events. Our plan has been realized to the most extent, and hopefully the remaining part will be completed as fast as possible so that this becomes the best fair venue in Istanbul. I have a note to make and a request to make. This is a request to Ms. Belkis and Ms. Arnika. Now, there are 6 halls, but then again, with their potential, with the great energy of Turkish participants for the next fair, you have to use the whole space. Otherwise, we're not going to sign the contract, because there is indeed this potential. If there's any gap left, we are going to issue an invoice to the whole sector. Indeed, this sector may fill in all halls, all 8 halls, even 11 halls. There is potential to extend this further on. I have full belief, I have full faith in this. Especially this fair has a couple of segments. First of all, Turkish machinery and automation industry and integration of these sectors. We see integrators of various related sectors. We see significant producers, significant global producers. We see output of these partnerships. So it is a multi-dimensional structure. This helps our businesses further themselves, and this also increases the alternatives suggested to the consumers. So with its own brand, without imitating any other fair, this fair has been organized for many years, and the And in the near geography, this has become a reference, and I'm pretty sure that in the upcoming years it's going to be strengthened further on. I would like to extend my thanks to the Ministry of Industry and Technology as well as Ministry of Trade for contributing to the whole process. Our Ministry of Trade has supported us at all different stages, and they have given us great support. With the courage we get from this, hopefully we will continue opening our doors to fair events of great quality, and we will continue with our endeavors to ensure that the premises are fit for that. Maybe this is not the topic for today. There is this clear stand that we have, and I'd like to share that with you. Istanbul Trade Center, World Trade Center, is not only offering fair services, but is going to suffice in doing so. We have a red line, so to say. We have our limits. We will continue with our activities. Our solution partner is Hannover Messe and small and medium and large-sized fair organizers. We are open we are available to open our doors to the organizers. We will not be involved in any other activity. I would like to once again extend my thanks to our guests, and as Istanbul Chamber of Commerce, we have a long-standing partnership, and with Hannover Messe we have been partnering for many years, and fairs organized in Germany, they always assist us, help us to exhibit our activities. Turkish machinery industry and other sectors from Turkey are exhibited, and I would like to thank them for the great support and the positive approach they always have. I would like to extend my special thanks for that. So working with such great partners of superior quality is unique. I also would like to say a few words about the Turkish machinery industry. Distinguished Deputy Chair mentioned some numbers. Yes, indeed. We are producing here and then selling them overseas. Maybe machinery producers should make some self-criticism. Since I am an industrialist using machinery, I can say that the great attention producers are giving to the international buyers, they also are invited to show a similar level of attention to the local buyers in order to reduce importation. Machinery imported here rather than importing them through the Ministry of Trade and through the Ministry of Industry and Technology. If similar support is provided, it's no longer the 70s, 80s or 90s. Turkish industry should also be finding partners and also clients, buyers from Turkey. I'm sure this is going to be offered here as a platform. We extremely enjoy these fair events. I certainly believe that this is a fair of great quality. I would like to wish you all the best on this occasion. Would like to greet you all cordially and all the best. Thank you. We'd like to thank Mr. Avdagic, distinguished ambassadors, distinguished consul generals, distinguished president, distinguished chairs, distinguished presidents, ladies and gentlemen, and esteemed members of the press. Republic of Turkey Ministry of Trade and Republic of Turkey Ministry of Industry and Technology have supported our fair immensely. We'd like to extend our thanks, and I would like to kindly invite Annika Klar as well as other panelists so that the tokens of appreciations may be presented. Thank you.
Şimdi de WIN-EURASIA 2023 fuarımızın
And now we'd like to invite all the contributors to the podium so that we may have a ribbon cutting ceremony.
bu mu? Teşekkür ederim.
microphones are up. Right. Yeah, but can you hear me? Can you all hear me? Yeah, all right. So now it's fine. Thank you very much. All right. So welcome, everybody. I'm happy to be your host today. My name is Salim Hafar, and president of the Eurotrans, and also deputy general manager of IMA Gearbox. So I'm happy to be here with you, with the two guests of honors we have here with us today, Mr. Matt Crosson from that flown all the way from the United States. He's the president of the AJMA, so that's the American Gear Manufacturing Association. And we have Mr. Dirk Decker, one of our members from VDMA, from the German Association. So we are going to make it quite dynamic. So I will start with a short presentation about the Eurotrans. Then we are going to move on presentation about the AJMA, and then we will try to have some kind of discussion together about how our industry is going and evolving. So the Eurotrans, it was actually founded in France. So it was founded in Paris, and that was in 1968 as le Comité européen des associations de constructeurs d'engrenages et d'éléments de transmission. But it quickly grown into a more European federation, as we have now 8 different members. So we have colleagues from Italy, from Belgium, from France, from Switzerland. They just changed, I can see here, they changed the flags, but colleagues from Finland as well, from the UK, and Germany as well. And the last member to join, and that's where I'm from actually, is the MIB from Turkey. So the 3 different pillars that we have in Eurotrans, for those that don't know us or don't interact with us yet. So we're mainly focusing on networking, as we're doing today, on market data statistics, so to give to our members some kind of overview of how is the market, where we are going. And then we work a lot on knowledge, education, training, and sharing the know-how of the different members, so that's how they can grow together from a technological point of view. So a lot of words here, but just to keep it short. So today Eurotrans is 600 different companies, so that's representing 40 billion euros of turnovers with all the members that we have in Eurotrans, and that's 160,000 employees. So this is really a key part of the European mechanical engineering. So we can solve this, yeah. So we have different members acting with different kind of parts. So this is quite broad what we are representing. So we are representing obviously people dealing with gearboxes, so that's gear drive, transmission systems, but also everything dealing with coupling, bearings, belt, chains, brakes. And then the third part, and the key part actually, is the motors and gear motors as well. So what are the different challenges that we are facing, and we will try to discuss today with Mr. Crosson. So we are facing different challenges within Europe, but also on a world point of view. So we have a lot of digitalization. You all know that, Industry 4.0. We have a lot of different subjects and discussion about the business environment itself. We have a lot of reforms that are made in Europe that we discuss with the member, and we are actually trying to shape that together with them. We have a demography issue as well. Then we have 2 big subjects. We have the decarbonization. So we'll see today how we are working with our different members to go toward a greener mechanical industry. And then the last one is obviously how we can establish and build international added value, how we can get all the companies working together to create more added value. So the different priorities that I've been speaking about in the previous slide, I would say, so sustainability, digitalization, and then different subject about demography. So we'll see how we are facing these within Eurotrans, so what we are doing on a daily basis. So the different reforms, what we are going to face in future in Europe. That's important for you as well, because it's impacting the whole global industry of mechanical engineering. So the first point is the Green Deal, as you know. So we speak here about climate neutrality in 2050 for Europe. we speak about transformation of the whole European industry. And then the last subject, but very important, and it's going to impact all the members here, all people attending this exhibition actually, is that we are speaking about the carbon border tax, right? So this is coming very soon, and all the companies, all the members are doing their homework, and that's where we are helping our member to understand how it's going to be applied, why we are doing that, and how they can be ready for the day it's happening. Then we are discussing about digital economy, the European data sovereignty. How can our members protect their data? How they can share their data as well. So we speak about two different subjects. And then obviously a key subject in the international context that we are dealing now is the international trade, the relationship between Europe and China, Europe, United States, and the development of new free trade agreements. So there is a small sentence here to say that we have the solution for all the different subjects. So the Drive Technology is a solution provider for a successful future. So we are directly impacted by all of these subjects, but we are also direct actors and architects of these different subjects. So how we promote free trade. So as I said before, we are working with a lot of different European associations. So we make sure that we are all on the same line. We are all discussing and working on the same targets. Then we are discussing with our colleagues from China. And then the last point, and I will be discussing that with our colleagues from the US, but it's the negotiation of all the free trade agreement with our friends from North America. So how do we want to shape the digital transition for the future? So first of all, as an association, we are trying to make sure, and we are discussing with our friends in Brussels, to make sure that we don't go toward what we call over-regulation. So we are the voice of the industry, and we try to make sure that we don't have too much regulation. Regulation should be shaping the path, but it should not be an obstacle on the path. So this is what we are trying to do, and here again, this is a key role of the industry associations, and that's why it's important that all the members are active with us, because we are discussing such kind of subjects that are impacting all of the different members. We are working together to create a framework to allow a new digital business model, right? So we had discussing the law part, but we are also discussing how to exchange the data, how to protect the data, and all these kind of subjects. And then the last one is that we are, trying to develop a technology and digital network, how to exchange more about these different subjects. So how to make Europe stronger also for our different members. So I will just go back on the different countries that are joining us. So these 8 countries are actually the main members where you have a strong mechanical industry. But I want to add that we are also discussing with other countries, but it's just that they don't have associations. That's why they are not here on the list, but we also have members from Czech Republic, from different countries as well. So what we are doing to make a stronger mechanical industry within Europe. So first, we try to make the home market stronger. We try to have a single voice facing other competitors. We try to develop new and better and easier rules. And then we are discussing this subject, and I think you are all impacted about that, is how to keep the talents, how to train the talents, and how to have a more local but also global supply chain in the same time. So we discuss a lot about that within Europe. We spoke about demography before. So what I mean by demography is the lack of talented workers. So that's actually a key subject and a key point that we are sharing with our colleagues from the AGME here, is how we can first keep the talents and how we can create and support new talents. So for that, we have a specific program, and that's, I will just go slightly further. Where is it? Move, yeah. The slide they went for, yeah. So that's why we have this program here, and that's why we have a very, the slide is just sliding itself, but That's how we have a specific training and education program. So we are organizing 4 or 5 times a year very specific training programs about our industry. So we discuss about grinding, we discuss about product development, we discuss about noise, about vibration. So it's really a highly specific training program that we have for people that are already dealing with this, but also talents that are trying to get into the gear technology as well. So the last few points is that we are very active on an international level. We are going to a lot of different exhibitions, and we're also discussing with different associations. So I'm slowly building up a transition for you, Matt, but these are some few pictures of the different events that we've been doing in the last few years. So we were in Hanover, Messe a few months ago. We were with our colleagues from the CITOP, from the fluid industry. We also organized the first International Motion and Drive Summit. So that was actually organized in Hanover. So we tried to collect and combine our 2 different industries. So we had been discussing a lot of different subjects. We had there the president of CITOP, so that's the colleagues that are from the hydraulic side, and we were discussing some of these key subjects. And I want to stop here for a few minutes and to invite you to this kind of events, because I'm sure that all of you sitting here are all either interested in this subject, impacted in this subject, or, and I hope that you are, giving an influence on these different subjects. So the first thing that we've been discussing, and we had a guest of honor there, we had the Dr. Stefan Hack, that is the CEO of Bosch Rexnord. So he gave us some information about how they are trying to give some evolution for their production to have a less CO2 carbon footprint. Then we were discussing with some colleagues from the University of Stuttgart, and that time again, that was about how we can have a future-proof production. So with all the digitalization, how we can adapt the actual tools and the actual mean of production that we have, and how we can transport them into future. So how we can make them more sustainable, how we can make them more productive, and how we can make them more resilient to all the change that we are facing these days. And then a different subject, we had some colleagues from the World Bearing Association that were speaking about a very key and important subject, is the risk for suppliers and customers when it's come to counterfacts. So this is something that we are discussing a lot with our 2 different associations. It's nice to speak about digitalization, it's nice to speak about low carbon, it's nice to speak about all these fancy subjects. But what is happening when you end up buying a fake product? So you think that you are going to have all of these technical features, but at the end you don't have them. So that's why we are trying to work together with different associations on how we can identify these different counterfact products, how we can make sure that they don't end up in our factories first, how we can make sure that they don't end up in end user hand. So the colleagues from the World Bearing Association made a very nice presentation about their World Bearing check application. So I think you've seen that slowly it's coming, it's happening. So we have these QR codes that are on the bearings. We had specific codes that are implemented on the packaging, and we've been discussing on how we can implement, for example, the blockchain on this different packaging, how we can try to establish some kind of new or different codes to make sure that we don't end up with counterfeit products. Then we had some more discussions about economic situation and different perspective in time of uncertainty. And then the final presentation was from VDMA, but I think that Mr. Dirk will be able to give us some few more words about that. So that was for my side. We will now move on with the second presentation and then go on with a more kind of a discussion. So I give you the pointer now. Yeah.
Thank you.
There you go.
Make a presentation about VDMA.
There we go. Good morning, everybody. My name again is Matthew Croson. I'm the president and CEO of the American Gear Manufacturers Association. I want to thank Salim Hafar for inviting me and participating in this event, and congratulate the WIN-EURASIA team for a great event, and also the Bearings World team for another great event earlier this week. I appreciate being here. For everyone to understand, IMAC is a member of the AGMA and an active participant in the US as well as Europe. So it's an honor to be here to represent a global player as you just outlined. I'm going to take a few minutes just to walk through AGMA's history, some of the programs we offer, and maybe it'll get you interested in some things that we're doing, and also tee you up for some conversations that we might be able to have at the end of the session. So we've been around a long time. AGMA actually started in 1916, so we're 107 years old. We started mainly because the auto industry came to us and said, we need to improve the standard of quality for our gears, and that began the first standards effort for the organization. And that's what we've been known for many, many years. We do about 55 different standards, 34 different information sheets. We have more than 400 people involved in the standards development for the full range of gears and power transmission systems, covering every facet imaginable. We have right now 420 members. 300 of them are gear manufacturers, 100 of them are suppliers, machine tool people, forging houses, lubrication companies, and then we have academics. We're very involved with the academic community globally to make sure that the science and the testing that we need to have to support our standards is sound. I have 20 staff members that work for me in Alexandria, Virginia, which is right outside of Washington, D.C., as well as in Elk Grove, Illinois, which is right near Chicago's O'Hare International Airport. We're about $5 million to $6 million in revenue, and I oversee or work with 17 board members representing the full spectrum of industry, as well as more than 40 technical and business committees. So very vibrant, very large group that is actively involved in all the things we're going to talk about. This is our vision. AGMA and its members drive power transmission innovation. It's very important that we are recognizing that the world is not just gears, couplings, fluid power, electric drive anymore. It's all one, power transmission, and you see that throughout the halls here this week. It's a bold vision, something that we think is the future, where industries are starting to come together, as Dirk and I talked earlier. We're seeing international associations collaborating more, some local associations coming together as one, because the customer groups are all coming together as one. And this is where we think the industry is headed. So this vision is going to drive us for the next few years. One of the very most important things we do is advance standards and technology, as I illustrated that earlier. It's the first reason that we were joined and started, and we have over 26 different AGMA standards and technical committees, and we are the Secretary General at TC60 for the ISO standards. So we work very closely with the VDMA and the DIN system, the ISO system, all of the other standards that are out there, as well as AGMA systems ourselves, as we try to support the global industry. One of the most important things we do is bring the industry together once a year for a fall technical meeting and try to bring about 200 engineers to make sure that they have the latest and greatest science studies and tests that are available to make sure that we're driving forward with the industry. Another very important tie to the future, and one of our really fundamental value drivers, is education and training. We have more than 24 face-to-face classes a year, starting with just basics of gearing to advanced design for gearboxes, gear sets, all the way to gear failure analysis, which is important, right? Things break, and you have to understand why, so that you can fix the production level or maybe improve the metallurgy so that it's a better system. Very important classes. We train over 1,200 people a year in these classes and generate a lot of advanced degrees because people, what we see happen is kids, students come out of the university with a mechanical engineering degree, and they might have had one class in mechanical engineering. So what we can do is walk with them through the first 10 years of their career by taking different classes through the year and improve their ability to make a good gear. And that, of course, helps the company improve their innovation. We also have started last year a national training center at a local college in Chicago where we have hands-on operator training. So it's one thing to theorize and kind of design a gear, and we have classes for that, for the engineers. But you also have to make a gear. That means you have to have trained operators that understand the grinding machines, the finishing machines, the cutting machines, hobbing equipment, how to set it up perfectly, and we improve those abilities for the industry. We also work very closely internationally, and we try to create business connections through the trade missions that we run. We've done ones in Japan, China. We've gone to parts of Europe. Next year, we're going to South America. One of the things I'm doing is coming to new markets for the United States, like Turkey, and also India, to try to make connections and bridges. Some companies want to import or export into the United States. We can help you. Some companies are looking for alternative suppliers. We'll help build the bridge back to Turkey to improve the partnerships that are global. We also have an annual meeting that brings together 300 CEOs and top leaders to talk about macro trends that are 5 to 10 years away. That way, the CEO can get out of their business, get away from the day-to-day operations that they have to manage, and think collectively with the CEOs together on where things are going. And then they try to navigate the ship, if you will, to make things that are driving forward. We inspire innovation, and by that, we focus on emerging technology. Right now, we're tracking 4 different areas that are important. One is additive manufacturing. One is the Internet of the Future, the Internet of Things. We're looking at robotics, and we're also looking at new alloys, new metals, and new collaborations with systems coming together. It's an important part of the future, and if we think a technology can disrupt or support our industry, we want to look at it and make sure that our members are aware of it and managing their business to the point where they can actually leverage the technology in a future date. We also supply market intelligence or business intelligence. We have a gear market report. We have statistical reports for benchmarking and ratios development. We have an understanding of global markets. And we also have an industry economic outlook conference that we partner with the National Fluid Power Association. So we try our very best to keep our members aware of the data that is impacting them so that they can understand their business. Finally, near final, we deliver leads. One of the things that we all are concerned about is cash flow and finding new customers. So we do that directly with magazines, websites, and our trade show, the MPT Expo, that happens every other year in the United States. So we are actively engaged with the downstream community. We have 23,000 subscribers to our magazines. We get 4,000 attendees to our trade show. We just launched a new magazine in India. We have offices in Bangalore because we feel India is a growing market. But the idea here is to do 2 things: share information, but also deliver leads and make sure that the companies are healthy financially by connecting the industry together. So that's what AGMA is in a nutshell. Large organization doing many, many things primarily in an engineering manner and connecting the industry for information and then also connecting them to their customers. Look forward to talking a little bit more in a dynamic. I hope you have some questions for us. Right now, I'll turn it over to Dirk Decker, who leads up the team at VDMA under the drivetrain technology section. Thank you.
All right. Yeah, all right. So thank you very much for this presentation. So as I said at the beginning, I want to make the second half of this presentation more some kind of discussion to make it a bit more interactive. As I was watching the audience and people that are for whom AGMA is quite new, I prepared some few questions, and I would like you to come back on this subject, and the same for Dirk. How does the US and Germany face this subject about having skilled workers? I know that you have a training center, but maybe if you could come back on this subject just for a few minutes. How do you train the workers? What's the solution that you provided for the workforce?
Thanks, Salim. There's check. There we go. So there's 2 sides of that problem, right? One is finding workers, convincing people that are either coming out of school or coming out of high school to agree that working for our industry is an exciting opportunity. And we created 2 years ago something we call a Get Into Gears campaign. It's a promotion campaign. It consists of advertising, pamphlets, videos, and posters, PowerPoint presentations that we developed that had about 15 different points about how exciting our industry is, that you're going to work on exciting projects, that the pay is good, that the benefits are good, that it's a safe environment. And we talked in general about how great our industry is and how good it should be for you. And what that is able to do is the member was able to grab that, add their own logo, add their own information about their own company, and then go out and promote at local job fairs, local technical communities, and also just participate in any place where students and potential employees are. And it was very successful. We ended up having about 175 companies download the information, make it their own, and then go out to the community, their local community, and find workers. We also work very closely with an organization called the National Association of Manufacturers, which is a large organization. They work closely with the Army, they work closely with other technical schools across the country, and they promote the idea broadly of manufacturing. And then we come in and say, yes, there's manufacturing, but then there's our kind of manufacturing, and we try to get our fair share of employees. So that's what we do to try to help the industry. We've created a platform that they can leverage for themselves, because at the end of the day, the company has to convince the individual to work. We can't. So what we try to do is elevate the role, give them some tools to entice them, and then they have to step forward and actually do the work. The second thing we do is a lot easier, and that is we have about a 60-year track record of training. So our 24 different classes that we offer, some of them are face-to-face, some of them are online, some of them are in different languages. And as I said, they run the full gamut of design engineering, helical gear creation, bevel gear creation, working for the different types of how you cut a gear, grind a gear, how you hob a gear. Again, right on up to gear failure analysis, which is our #1 class. It's amazing. Every year, year after year, twice a year, we run that class and sell it out, because that is one of the fundamental things that you have to understand, that eventually the gear that you produce will break, either through lubrication problems or the heat or the humidity or some kind of circumstance, that a variability that you don't understand, that you need to research and really understand as you go in, because it can be a real critical issue if you constantly have to fix it. It's not good for your customer, it's not good for you, and so we really fix and focus on that. And the reason we do that is because as an association, it's a lot less expensive for a company to join us and participate in these programs rather than having to create their own programs across 400 different companies. We're able to take the fundamentals and the basics of the class, give them and train them up, and that way all of our member companies don't have to do it themselves. And as I said, I tried to illustrate that we think our programs are so sound that the first 10 years of an engineer's gear world, we can walk side by side with them and kind of grow with them through more advanced and increasingly more advanced classes, to the point where after they've taken about 7, 8 of them, they're hireable anywhere. So that's our approach.
All right. Well, thank you very much. So if I understand well, that's a whole ecosystem. So you say that companies should be dynamic, they should be attractive, but also association is helping to give a deeper technical training, and that you're really focusing on that.
You know, Salim, it's a small thing in a vision statement. A lot of times it gets lost in the world, right? What's a vision statement, right? But our vision statement says very clearly, AGMA and its members drive power transmission. So in every circumstance that we deliver value, it's a partnership we have to work together. Some things we can do, some things the member has to step up and do. I can't create a standard. The industry has to. But I can create a platform that allows it to be fair, consensus-driven, and make sure that we get proper science backing it up. That's our role. And whether it's education, global economics, trade, we can collect the industry, develop consensus, and then voice that to the important people that need to understand it. And that's kind of our role.
Yeah. Well, fantastic. Yeah. Thank you very much. So we have another good example on how to deal with the training, skill force, and I think the example of Germany will be interesting for us to analyze somehow. So maybe, Mr. Dirk, you can give us some few words. You can start with a short presentation on the VDMA if you want, and then bounce on that, yeah.
Yeah, also from me, good afternoon. So I'm on the one hand working for the sector committee, but in my daily business I work for the VDMA. The structure is a little bit different. We are a roof organization with around about 38 independent associations. And as Salim and Matt told you, we think that to convince young talents, it's really a competitiveness factor for the future, especially if you are thinking about economics like Asia or even Turkey. Turkey is here in Europe the only country which has a good relationship between older and younger people. The most other countries in Europe didn't have that. And so we have still a fight for young talents, young engineers, to convince them, first of all, for mechanical engineering, and then second, for supplier industry like drive technology. So in VDMA, we focus that as one of the key points for the future. That is also the reason why it's necessary to have this kind of exchange, to learn from each other. Then each education system in Europe is quite different. Yeah, they had different systems how to train young people. And so we had a strategy developed which has, I would say, 3 pillars. First of all, we go into primary schools. We discuss with parents to convince them that mechanical engineering is not something old-fashioned industry. It's a very modern industry. It's a solution provider. So to bring the parents an idea that their children has there a really modern industry, to convince them to learn a job in this industry. The second step is for the shop floor, that we try to address also the shop floor with training programs supported by our members, or like you do in such training courses. And the third one is how to convince young engineers to work in our industry, not go to the aerospace industry, to the automotive industry, because supplier industry is in the first opinion for the most young people. If the father is not working in this industry, not the first choice, honestly speaking. And that is really something where we're thinking about how we can do marketing, how we can convince young people to start in our industry. This is a marketing topic, no question, but this is also a topic where we had to think, how do we address our industry to young people? Young people communicate in another way, handies, let me say, tools like, oh please Matthew, you know that better like me. What do we have?
Facebook,
LinkedIn, WhatsApp. How we can address our industry and this special tools, because this is the way how younger people communicate even on their private life. And here we had to find some new solution. There was a test from one of our members during Hanover Fair, and I was a little bit critical in the beginning. They, for example, decided to make the whole booth, like you see here, from different countries, with their young staff. So the not final trained engineers, people from the shop floor, developed the booth. They are the whole day in Hanover, and there was no experienced engineer. Even the product was very, how to say, explainable. It was not an easy product, and they are very successful with that, and it was a big motivation for the people in the company, but it was also a big surprise for the younger visitors that they say, oh, look, on this booth are only young guys who explain me a very difficult technology. So I think we have to renew our thinking how to promote our industry. Yeah. And that is the reason why we are on such shows like here. We are sitting here together. We try to learn from each other. Even in this Europe, all the countries do their education in different ways. And maybe to explain a little bit Eurotrans. So Matthew, and this is not negative, has a national association. Eurotrans is not an association. In Eurotrans, together with Salem, we bring together existing association and their members and try to learn from each other. Yeah, we have to understand the culture, we have to understand how it works, and that is the reason why we build such a network, and then to give our members help and guidance how they can be more successful, especially in that topic, convince young talents to work for our industry. I think it's a big challenge for the next 10, 15 years.
Thank you, and I want to bounce on this subject of education. I think there is a third part, is also the evolution of technology that it directly impacted universities. I think for the one that are more experienced than me, obviously, if you remember before, universities, gears, they were a key program. They used to teach gears in mechanical classes for hours and hours, and all over Europe now it became less and less and less and less. So there is also this lack of teaching within the universities, and that's how, and that's why I would say in Eurotrans we try to give a highly technical training to complete this university training. The trainings that we give, and I think that's the same for AGMA, is to complete the basic mechanical engineering training that they have and make sure that these workers, these engineers will understand what they are dealing with. Because we're trying to make the, as you say cheers for gears, gears sexy again and everything, so we try to make it more interesting so engineers go inside this box and they try to understand. And that's why I think this is important for our members as well, to develop more and more partnership with universities. They should go there, they should provide engineers to train people, they should make more and more intervention, and that's the third key part to make this, to face this workshop, this workforce issue that we have, and this is how we can create, and this is how we can encourage new talents. I want to come back to the US as your a key guest for us here today. And a lot of our members are trying to enter the US market. How do you see the power transmission and mechanical engineering market in the US in general? I know that there is a lot of different acquisitions happening, a lot of different change. So how do you see, if you could give us an overview, how do you see the next years? How do you see the current situation? It's not an easy question, but
financially,
I would say globally, the different trends, the different acquisitions happening. So it's an overview for us.
Okay. Yeah. So lots of different ways to go at that. The United States has always been a very dynamic market, very large market. It spreads the entirety of the full spectrum of solution sets, and so that's always been an opportunity. And since we are a free trade country, open economic system, it attracts a lot of folks that are globally minded. Right now is actually there's two things I'll say. Right now, I would say generally, it's a very positive environment. Post-COVID, COVID was challenging for anybody importing in the United States. And so, ports were closed, situations with supply chains were challenges. Obviously, China was shutting down different cities, the globe doing that. It was a real problem. But if you take that away for a second, generally, about 20% of the market, it's about a $5.5 billion market for gears alone, not fluid power, not couplings, not other parts, and not automotive. It would probably be about 20 billion if we added automotive. But for just industrial, mining, construction, agriculture, all of those other sectors, it's about $5.5 billion, with about $2 billion coming from outside the United States. Germany is a large importer. Italy is one of our largest importers. China, Japan, large importers. A lot of the players like WIN-EURASIA, Bonfilioli, Sumitomo, IMAC reduction. They look at the United States as an opportunity. And so that's a positive. And I would suggest that if you're truly looking to get involved in the U.S., you ultimately need a U.S. presence. It can be a sales office. It can only be a support office, right, where you're supporting anybody that's local. But you need the face-to-face interaction. It's a highly engineered product. It needs a lot of discussion and dialogue at the pre-sale opportunity. And then once you're sold into a customer, there is a requirement that you're servicing and supporting them. Whether you're a distributor or a direct manufacturer, it's important to have a local presence. And so it's not so simple of promote yourself and then start to ship product. It's still a face-to-face business, highly engineered. You can share information and get things done, but you still need to have a physical presence, even if it's small. Now, I say all these positive things, but I also recognize, and we've been talking about it this week, in my 30 years of being involved in the association community, with the ups and downs of the economics and the housing crisis or the global economic crisis we had in 2010, the Y2K issue, right? All of these little things that have come up over the year are nothing compared to what I see as the most challenging global geopolitical environment we've ever seen. It's all potential. Nothing's completely blown up yet, except in Ukraine, right? But with Russia, Ukraine, China and the South Sea, right? You have Taiwan, and 80% of the semiconductors in the world produce there. You know, if that gets shut down, we all shut down, like in a heartbeat. You have the nationalization of certain countries, and the globalization nationalization. You know, it's this weird dynamic of needing and requiring a lot of détente, and it's extremely disappointing that it's in the hands of politicians. And the reality is that everyone in this room, everybody at this trade show, business is what drives the value for ourselves, for our families, for our communities. It drives our taxes, which funds all of the things that we'd like to do as cultures, as countries. And, you know, right now, I'm a little concerned, frankly, of being driven by political figures that don't understand sustainability truly. They don't understand that it's simple to say, make all the cars electronic or EV. But they don't understand how much earth has to be moved to produce that, and that they have to then use more coal to produce the electricity. For the United States, which is making $18 million new cars a year, right? Brand new car sales. Only about 1 million are EV. Now, if you make them all EV, I can't even put my head around the mathematics on how much titanium, cadmium, nickel, which by the way, aren't in the United States. You know, it's just really confounding. And so I do feel like there's opportunity. We have had record numbers of sales. We've had growth. We're seeing positive signals. We're not afraid of EV. You know, even though you lose the number of gears in the system, you still have to have speed reducers, and you still have to be involved, and there's still bearings. So it'll be a positive ultimately. But the rest of it, you know, I'm almost over. I only have a few more years. But the next 15 years, between demographics, socioeconomic circumstances, it's going to take a really strong leader with a vision and some power locally, within the country, and then globally to really kind of make things more quiet, more calm. So there you go. That's a complicated question. I might have raised a lot of too many things, but that's what's in my head, and that's what our board is talking about. And it's important. We're still global. I'm here. Leadership is presence, right? You have to be someplace. Do we have 55 companies that are members? No. But will we? Yes, we're committed. We're trying to understand it. And I think that's the mindset you have to have. And I think that will prevail over time as things calm down. Yeah.
Well, that was a hard question, but that was a good answer. It's good to speak about reality, and it's good to you shown us one more time why it's important to sit together. It's important to have associations. It's important to communicate, to have a better understanding, because there is always a big gap between what's happening in politics, but what's happening in our industry. So
I might lose my passport now. I'll probably get held up by the government.
We'll give you a nice spot in Turkey, so you can already get retired here, so you can have some nice time. Yeah. No, but thank you for this answer. It's important to sit together, to discuss together, and it's more and more important to do that. But I want to bounce on the beginning of the question. So you say the U.S. market, that's a $5 billion market.
Yeah.
So that's a key number for our different members. But you also say that this is a quite open market. You just need to do your homework, and then you can get in. You need to find the right partner. You need to find the right people who are sitting, and that's open. And I think that's the experience that we are facing now. We established ourselves there. So I want to call the other members that are not there already. It's open. You just need to work, push, and then you're there. Yeah. So I have a last question before we move to question. Actually, it's just some more insight from a European perspective. We've been speaking about the carbon tax without giving a too complicated answer, but just if you could give us a short overview. What's that carbon tax? How is it going to happen? What's the main principle?
I think we had to go one step back. When you look to a lot of the daily business of our member companies in Europe are influenced by the decisions which are made by the European Commission. And you show it on one slide. It was this plan to get carbon free, to be sustainable in your company. And honestly speaking, especially for the huge small and mid-sized companies in Europe, it's a big challenge. Why? When they spoke about reducing carbon, means you have to analyze your business processes. It starts in your product, it goes on in your production, it goes on in your organization, and it goes on over the whole value chain in your daily business. Means from the sub-supplier up to the end customer. And that is really a huge program. So unofficially we speak about a regulation tsunami. Okay, with a long-term run, where they say in the first step you have to fulfill that, in the second step that and that. But for the most of our companies, it's a big challenge. Why? You have to restructure your company, you have to define a team who is taking care about that. At the end, it costs money, with a good outcome. And this is money, and the first thing you cannot transfer to your customer. And that means we had to analyze it. We have to work together, not only in our, Drive Technology community, also with our customers, because the whole value chain is influenced. And that is, honestly speaking, a huge topic for the next 10, 15, 20 years. And honestly speaking, we are not at the beginning, but we are in the preliminary phase. And what we had to supply is to supply our members guidelines, how they can fulfill this regulation, how to analyze this regulation, because honestly speaking, it's not easy. And that shows also that our industry is under a real big cost pressure. On the one hand, you have to do these administrative things in your company. On the other hand, we had in Europe the problem of the energy prices. Okay, some countries are a little bit more flexible than other countries, but at the end it's clear that the energy prices will increase. And that has a direct influence on our on your budget in your company. And on the other side, we need, even in this regulation tsunami, clear guidelines from the politicians, because when you decide now for investments in the future, you will look where are the regulations so that I can make a plan for 10, 15, 20 years. And at the moment, that's our feeling. There is no real, how to say, we need a straight plan where everyone knows, okay, these are the steps and this is the way how we can reach the result for the future. This is a huge challenge, and honestly speaking, I can now start with different regulations. It's an evening filling program what is coming through, but honestly speaking, we are convinced that we had to do that. The only reason is in which time frame and which are the borders the politicians gave us. Yeah, we need here maybe a wall, here a wall, but how we move in this on this highway, this must be a decision by the companies. We must be technology open. So honestly speaking, the most of our associations, we are always says, when there are decisions in the community, it must be technology open. It makes no sense to forbidden some special technology. You must say, this is the frame where we had to work, and then you as engineers must find the best way for your customers. But honestly speaking, this is not an easy way where we are. And I can tell you, if it's the association here in Turkey, if it's the association in France, in Germany, we have a lot of discussions with our companies. We try to influence the European Commission to give them guidance, what is good for the industry, how we can fulfill their ideas, is the ideas the right way. But honestly speaking, at the moment, I will not say weekly, but monthly, there are coming new regulations which has sometimes influences which we cannot really, where we cannot react in a good way. We have to analyze it and find a way for our industry. Yeah? At the moment, a topic which is high ranked is, maybe you hear about it, PFAS. It's the word, I think in English, Teflon.
Yeah, PFAS is there.
PFAS, yeah. And the problem is the most of our companies are not chemical, they didn't have chemical engineers. And when you ask gearbox manufacturers, they say, it's not a problem, we will ask our supplier, then they have to supply us other gaskets, other oils. But so easy it isn't. They didn't have a solution at the moment. And what we are doing at the moment is we need practical examples from our members to show the influences on our industry, because at the moment there is a consolidation in the EU Commission until autumn, and we try to push them to make as much exemptions for our industry, because honestly speaking, for a lot of solutions, our sub-suppliers didn't have a solution at the moment for this special material, and that is really a key topic. A lot of engineers reading this texts try to analyze it. What is the influence on our business? It's not easy, but we work on it, and that is also the reason why we are in a network where we discuss how is the situation in France, how is the situation in Finland and Sweden. What did your company say? Is there a solution? Do we find solution for the future? And to make advertising by our members that they had to think in their teams, do we have a problem or do we have not a problem with this special materials in our organization? And this is only one example how the EU Commission influence our daily business in a positive way. But the question is, what is the time frame and how realistic is it for us as industry to fulfill these regulations? Yeah, that's the reason regulation tsunami from EU Commission.
Well, thank you very much for this detailed answer. Yeah. So you deserve, you deserve it. Yeah. So we spoke about a lot of different subjects. We spoke about trainings. Now we spoke about EU regulation, about the USA. Before we close that, if any one of you have some questions, I say we want to make it interactive. So if you have any kind of question, I see that we have a very nice panel of people watching us here. I counted almost more than 15 different countries. So if you don't have any, yeah, please.
Maybe I can add something to Math's presentation. How is the situation for the European drive technology situation? Honestly speaking, if you look back maybe 15, 20 years with all these challenges, for the mechanical drive technology, we have an average growth rate in the last 20 years from 3 to 4%, which is not bad because it's a continuously growth rate in drive technology. That is the positive thing. On the other hand, we had at the moment in Europe a lot of challenges, and when we discuss it in the Eurotransport, at the moment I would say the forecast for this year is a more sideward moving part. We had still, I would say, order backs from last year, which was in the beginning of 2023. We can work on this order backs, but the key question is what happened in the second half of 2023. So that is the reason why we gave for Eurotrans a forecast. A zero means a side moving effect. For the next year, I would say the economists are not clear. There's on the one hand the people who say we are in a recession path, the others say maybe we can grow next year. But honestly speaking, at the moment we have no real forecast for 2024. I would say on a positive way, we hope a slightly increase, especially driven by our products in the automation field. On the other hand, it could be also again a zero. We don't hope it, but it's not so easy at the moment to analyze it because the cost pressure in Europe is still very high. But on the other hand, for all these topics which are coming, sustainability, we have also this, I would say, transformation in mobility. A lot of our members have solutions, and this is more or less the positive outlook that we can provide solutions for all these topics, which gives me also for the future a good outlook for our industry.
Yeah.
There's maybe such a...
Well, that was a nice conclusion, as we still have some few more seconds. Mr. Dirk Dekker again from VDMA will be here with us for I think 1 or 2 more days. He will be on MIB stand or IMAX stand. He will be moving from both. Same thing for Mr. Matt Crosson that flown from the US. He will be here. So take this opportunity to speak, discuss, and exchange with them. He will also be either on MIB or IMAX stand. So you are very welcome to visit us. And I thank you all for your time and attention. And it was a great pleasure for us to be the first conference to this exhibition. So we would like to wish you a very nice and productive exhibition.
Maybe I can say we as association guys, we live from our members, and I want to say first of all thank to IMAG that we have a president from Eurotrans, from IMAG company. I see here Mr. Halach, sorry for spelling the name. Yeah. Thank you that you support the idea of Eurotrans, and I know all our members, we are neutral as association guy, but we also can say here on this place, congratulations to your 50th anniversary. And I think in the second family generation to being here and to support us. Thank you, Mr. Halach.
Yeah.
Thank you all. Thank you.
So, thank you. Yeah.
All right. That's a nice conclusion.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Matt.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ses, ses. Ses deneme, evet. Tolga Bey buyurun, şöyle. Evet, değerli izleyicilerimiz, değerli
Distinguished audiences, those of you listening to us, WIN-EURASIA Metaverse panel, welcome to it. It's the keynote speech and Metaverse's impact on industrial automation. My name is Murat Bayezid. We planned a very delightful Metaverse activity. But rather than the impact on the end users, we're going to talk about its impact on industrial automation. Senem Mengül, project director, will be joining me on stage. Thank you. Welcome. Theoretically, we've been talking about this concept of metaverse. In practice, it's being shown on 5G arena. How do you feel? First of all, I'm very excited. Maybe it can be heard in my voice. Yoko Ono said something. Every time I get up, every morning I get up, I see it. A person, something dreamed by two people is a dream. By one person it's a dream, by two people it's reality. It has come true. We worked on it for 1 year. Hopefully you'll like it. When we say metaverse, it's nothing tangible, so we wanted, together with our business partners, to show what sort of impact metaverse will have. In 5G arena, we have launched this. For the opening speech, I'll give you the word. Thank you, Murat. First of all, welcome all of you. Thank you for not leaving us alone here. Panelists, speakers, keynote speakers, and you, audiences, thank you very much. Senem Mengül. For more than 15 years now, I've been in Deutsche Messe Turkey office and project director of WIN-EURASIA. I'll do my best to explain you Metaverse and our fair. If you have questions, of course, I'd like to answer. As Murat has said, Metaverse on our agenda. Apart from the metaverse, we've been used to hearing how are we going to exhibit metaverse industrially and how are you going to experience it is what I'm going to talk about. There are some figures. Metaverse, it will change a lot of things in our lives. So much that Gartner, based on his 2026 estimates, 1 out of every four smartphone users will be spending 1 hour of their lives on metaverse. For industrial automation sector, lots of changes are in store. To 2021, global scale metaverse technologies and infrastructures, $57 billion of investments have been made. The first 5 months of 2022, this increased to $120 billion. Now, in fact, until 2030, global scale, $5 trillion will be the impact created. This is really a huge figure. What does it mean for all of us? It's new business opportunities, new technologies. What are top leaders saying for this? 450 top leaders participated in a survey. 95% of them say that metaverse will have a positive impact on industry. 1/3 say there will be an important change in the way that industry operates, and in the next 5 years, more than 15% of corporate revenue will be generated over the metaverse. In fact, the figures show that metaverse will in the future have a great impact on our business life and on the way that we do business. As you know, WIN-EURASIA does not just take us to regional, international levels. Beyond what we're used to as a fair organizer, we have a mission. We also have the mission of exhibiting technologies for the first time. In the 5G arena, what will you see about the metaverse? For the first time in Turkey with 5G infrastructure, one of the industrial metaverse stories. For instance, designed by MCS Group. It's called Meta Industry. Within that project, business processes without going to the factory will be monitored from the metaverse universe. You'll be experiencing it in 5G. With phase 2 and anode integration, Digitalist company's digital twin concept and HTC's cable-less VR glass goggle solutions with Nokia and Turkcell Digital Business Services who have sponsored us. We have come up with a design. It's called Industry 5.0. Maybe for some of you, it may even be a new concept. Industry 5.0, the factory of the future. In our 5G area, there are people and there are use cases for every company. I invite you to experience those. Another concept is Simtech and Digitalist business partnership. A design over VR goggles. You will see the business orders of a digital factory over metaverse, communicating and being managed by 5G. It is really the picture of the future. And we're very proud, to be honest, as a fair for the first time, we are actually organizing this for the public. There are 25 scenarios here, 25 different companies are applying these. Last, of course, I have to talk about this, especially today for this conference. Nokia Europe's CTO Asfar Aslam has come to Turkey, and Dr. Zafer Karadayı. Thank you very much to them for accepting our invitation. Metaverse impact on automation and on business models and the new world. 14 speakers on our metaverse panels. They will talk about what metaverse technologies will do. Last, about the fair, Hannover Messe, WIN-EURASIA Fair. We have opened our doors today, 28,000 square meters of stand exhibitions, 15% increase compared with the previous year, and a total of 6 halls: energy, electronics, logistics, internal logistics solutions, industrial automation, metal processing, industrial manufacturing machines, welding, robotic technologies are all together under one roof. All product groups are here, 360 degrees manufacturing industry. From Turkey, Asia, Middle East, more than 640 participants. Germany, Taiwan, Korea, and China. There are country pavilions. You can visit all of them. Approximately close to 40,000 visitors. Now about industrial metaverse, I'm inviting Murat back once again. Thank you for being here. We're happy that you're with us. I have a presentation, but I'm going to focus on another side. Metaverse, based on Gartner reports, 1 out of 4 people in 2026 will be spending 1 hour of their day on metaverse. But I think we have polluted the water, really. This concept of reality we have started to overuse. And when that happens, it becomes devoid of meaning. Sociological, psychological side. Is there only one reality, or is there more? Our grandparents, remember them? For them, the truth and reality were one. Now there are 20 realities. Which one is, which one isn't? is that only a single truth is the topic of my presentation. Follow the white rabbit, you know that. What is the first reality? We started looking for an answer back then. They are living in the real world, but they start living in the virtual world. When they die in the virtual world, they are in the real world too. So what is wrong, what is right, what is real, what is not real? That's when it started, 2001, the movie Matrix. So today, follow the white rabbit will be the motto. Let's see what you're going to encounter. If it's not real, why am I scared? I experienced a VR application. You come to a cliff, and there's a board that you have to reach over and pick from. But even though they tell you it's not real, the emotion you feel in the physical setting shows you that you may fall off. So, if this is really not real, I put on a pair of goggles and I'm walking, but why am I not going knowing that it's not real? And why am I scared? The answer to that question is really this. Is it reality or is it not reality? This is a different aspect of it. These morning shows, are they really real? Meaning, if there's no script, if theoretically there's nothing planned ahead of time, these reality shows, are they really real? I mean, we have started to query that as well. Many things that we encounter in our lives, is this real, is this not real? These survival contests, have they been scripted or not? We have started to psychologically question those. So, real-time manufacturing. If there's real-time manufacturing, aren't the others real-time? Now that's a strange approach as well. What is reality here? We're manufacturing something here. There's one-on-one traceability. If this is real, what about other companies? There's that concept called just-in-time. In-time delivery. So aren't others delivering on time? We started using this too much in industry. And then Denis Salvador, surrealism. He said it's not real, it's surreal. Now, we learned the reality of too many things we know, and then there's the surrealism of that. Denis Salvador started showing these to us in his paintings. So the concept of reality, the updated version, is surreal. And there's the metaverse now, which is even above surreal. We started using metaverse a lot, and we have a lot of applications here. Okay, if Salvador's work is surreal, then what is metaverse? With the 5G technology, if we can experience a real VR experience, this is really beyond surrealism. And then we said virtual reality. They put people in rooms. People did not leave their houses. Everybody bought VR goggles. Everybody watching PlayStation. In a lockdown period, the virtual reality has been presented to us. And that has a totally different point as well. So this virtual reality updated is enhanced reality, they said. And you'll remember Pokemon, this concept of metaverse is decentralized, Z-axis. In the absence of a screen, you can see everything with the goggles. What is enhanced reality? Technology companies jailed people in houses, but this time we started wandering the streets to catch Pokemons. Again, the definition of reality is so, I mean, we overuse it. It's totally devoid of meaning. We don't know what's real or what's imitated. 8 years ago, these two people, they were fighting during the presidential campaign, and the lady on the right on the left said to Trump, you live in the world of alternative reality. We grasp reality, so reality, and beyond that, and virtual, and enhanced, and suddenly she said not enhanced, but alternative reality, because the world that Donald Trump lives in is really totally different. So how to understand whether something is real or not? On the right-hand side, when you go to 5G arena, oh, this is virtual, this is enhanced, this is surreal, this is beyond surreal, and alternative reality. You will experience these worlds one-on-one. My request from you is to go visit and see live 25 different demos, because this is what I have summarized in 5 minutes. This is all based on real speed, and we're showing it to you in 5G arena. Thank you for listening to me.
Bu kadar çok gerçeklikten bahsettik. Yurt dışından gelen bir konuşmacımız var. Asfar.
Since we are talking about virtual reality, there is actually an international guest with us whom I'd like to invite. He's going to tell us about 2030 vision.
Pleased to be here, and nice to see all this gathering, but also all the safety hazards all around this floor.
So stage is yours. This is your presentations. Okay.
So I woke up quite happy this morning, satisfied with what we were doing, our role in the world, the society and all that. And then this lady turns up on the stage and she says she's now going to start Industry 5.0. So we're struggling to deliver the promise of the 4.0, and now we have to deal with 5.0. So that's an interesting challenge. Thank you for that. Now, the other thing is that when we talk about that alternative reality from Murat, in that alternative reality or surreality, when we get stuck into that, we forget a little bit about our history. So I want to give you a little bit of a lesson on history before we go into future on the metaverse. So it was almost 30 years ago, that some of us were sitting in the underground bunkers or at university campuses playing with something called the internet. Okay, does anybody remember that? 30 years ago is roughly when it started. And nobody knew what it was going to be, what it would do, and how it would change the world. But some people had an idea. It's an interesting, useful thing that connects people and machines together. 30 years on, internet has changed the world. So we are now at the cusp of the next revolution, or I would just call it the evolution of the internet as we go into the metaverse with new capabilities. In that alternative reality or parallel world that we're going to be living in, which is just one extreme scenario of the usage of the metaverse, but what we will find is that everything that we do in real world can be connected to its parallel virtual world. That's the journey we're on. But more importantly, every action that we take in the real world will impact that virtual world and vice versa. And why that is important, particularly in the context of this week, in the context of this event, we will talk a lot about the industrial applications of the metaverse. But what I want to do also is just to make it a little bit more real and live for you. I will share our own experience in Nokia on the journey to metaverse. Where did we start? How did we start it? Why did we even start this journey? And where have we ended up and where are we going? And then as we go forward, how are we making our inventions, innovations, products, and solutions available to our partners so that they can take advantage of some of the things that we have taken advantage of, right? So this is how you share and create an ecosystem. So, metaverse and the collaborative advantage. The one thing that you will hear again and again is that there is no one metaverse. There are roughly 50 around the world today, 50, and growing, okay? So there will be no one owner of that, but what we will all need to do is collaborate, work together in the ecosystem to make this virtual reality that is of use to us in the entertainment world, so consumer side, or in the productivity world, in the business economy and the industries. That's what we're going to focus on today. So let's start with the vision that we have developed. So every 10 years or so, we do what we call a technology strategy refresh, where we look at what will the end of the decade look like, the next 10 years. And in doing so this decade, what we found is that there are a bunch of things that are coming together that we actually started almost 10 years ago, and they're now being termed as metaverse. So when I was in Bell Labs in one of my previous roles almost 5 years ago, we ran the first ever Mirror World event in Murray Hill, New Jersey. There was no metaverse at that time. But what we started with was this. We looked at all the technologies that we, our partners, our customers, and even some of our competitors, what were they working on? And we found two themes. There were like 160, 170 different trends we looked at, but we consolidated them in two themes. One is the human augmentation. This is all about not just the wearables like the ones that Apple announced yesterday. It's also about the wet wears, where you can actually, you will not only be just wearing electronic devices, but you will be wearing biological devices that connect into your body. And then what do you do with that? Okay? We're talking about exoskeletons, where you are making humans superhuman so that they can do things more than we are capable of doing today, just on our own. So all of this human augmentation is about improving the capability of the human beings, bringing the sixth sense into the play by using the data from all the different sources, but not looking at a screen to understand the data, but using maybe even haptics to understand that data. Okay? So the whole human augmentation notion is the first pillar of all the technology developments that we're looking at. Going forward, we're also looking at the digital physical fusion. In a simple word, that's a digital twinning of something, whether it's a human, a muscle, or an entire factory floor. So what we started doing almost 10 years ago is when we were working on this notion of Industry 4.0, not 5 at that time, we were looking at the digitalization of the industries. Now that story is a little bit old now, because we are well on the way to achieving the objectives of that ambition of Industry 4.0. As we started to do that, what we realized was the first step of the digitalization was a physical automation in the industries. And that's really what Industry 4.0 was about, bringing the right automation capabilities, the robotics, the sensors, the software, the cloud, all of these capabilities together so that we can deliver the automation in the industries. The next phase of that Industry 4.0, which might actually go into 5.0, is the digital twinning. We started with very simple digital twins of a turbine, of a bridge, of a small product. And what we realized was the benefit of doing that digital twinning to understand and simulate the environment was so significant that we started to make it even bigger and more complex. So today, in 2023, we are at a point where we can simulate the entire factory floor, an entire production environment. So we have the capability to, better voice? So we have the capability to bring the complex systems together and visualize them. And this is where the industrial metaverse starts to enter into the arena. When we can influence, analyze, simulate, and train these systems before they make their way into the real world. Now, anybody read the press news about the US military drill with their AI-based drone system last week? Right, okay. So luckily, that was a simulation, not a reality, right? But it's those kind of things that we can actually now simulate in a digital twin before we unleash these capabilities out in the real world. So for us, human augmentation. Second piece was digital physical fusion. So when we look at the metaverse and how it is developing today, there are clearly three segments that we're working in. One is the consumer metaverse, and this is where a lot of luxury brands are trying to position their products. This is where we're seeing a lot of headsets appear so that we can play games and so on. It will be interesting, but it will come a little bit later in terms of its proliferation. What we have found, particularly after the COVID pandemic, is that the enterprise metaverse has suddenly become a lot more interesting and important. Why? Because when we use tools like Teams, WebEx, and other capabilities to collaborate with each other, we realize we're not actually very productive unless we are in a room. So what replaces the room is the tools and the capabilities like the enterprise metaverse. But this metaverse will be IT-centric. We have IT systems in the enterprises. We'll plug in more capabilities into that. we will do better whiteboarding, better collaboration, better problem solving. Given. No big deal about it. The third one, which is actually more relevant to today, is the industrial metaverse. This deals with the operational technologies of these industries. Whether, again, we're talking about looking at the digital twin of a particular turbine, creating an entire simulation of the factory floor, or in our case, the entire networks. And I'll give you an example of that. So for us, human augmentation, digital twinning, now manifesting itself in the consumer, enterprise, and industrial metaverses. When we look at the examples that have appeared, and I think Murat and you have already talked about this morning, when we start from the social VR, this is about gaming, for example, two players getting together, playing game, using their fantastic AR, VR, or XR headsets. That's already happening, but these headsets are really expensive, okay? Forget the $3,500 product from yesterday, $500 product is still quite expensive for most people, right? So how do we get to the right price points before people actually can use these products at a grander scale? So let's answer that a little bit later. How are we going to do that? Spatial shopping. This is an interesting one because when I first saw smart mirrors almost 3 years ago, I was like, whoa, what's going on here? So you turn up in front of this mirror and it shows you, of course the mirror does that, but now you can select which clothes you want to try on in front of this smart mirror. So this is about an improved shopping experience, which is suddenly making its way particularly into the luxury brands all around the world. VR collaboration on the enterprise. So get out of the teams of today and start doing the active collaboration in a room virtually. That is a great productivity tool that we all need if we are going to be working in a hybrid mode for a long period of time. And then let's go to the last example over here, which is about the industrial worker systems. When we talk about the metaverse, or when we talked about it almost 3 years ago, there were two dimensions of it. One was the entertainment, and the other one was productivity. Entertainment in the consumer, productivity in the enterprise and industry. But as we have moved on, just like Industry 4.0, this industrial metaverse capability will address the productivity, the safety, and the efficiency. So this is just a natural next step of the path that we've already taken on the Industry 4.0 journey. What I now want to do is talk a little bit about the economic dimension of it. So as a CTO, I'm very happy to talk about the technical components, and I will, I promise. But I want to start with the money part. So the new $1 trillion economy, now numbers vary between 3 trillion to 13 to 20, depends on the week of the month, right? So it just changes quite a lot. But what is clear, the numbers are big. So we said, okay, where are these numbers coming from? What new value is being created versus what value is being substituted? So this is how we started to look at the world. So 2 dimensions of meta-world economy. One is the substitution. You have established industries like advertisement, like universities, so the education, gaming, retail, e-commerce, and all of those things. These are big industries within themselves today. But a lot of that will be substituted as we go into the metaverse. We will consume these capabilities and these services in a different way. Then you start to look at the early cases of the new value creation. Now, I don't know how many of you are very keen to get a plot right next to Snoop Dogg, the rapper from the US, right? But apparently those plots are going for roughly $500,000 in the virtual world. No, it's crazy for some of us. For the younger generation, no big deal. That's how the world will work. There is no online and offline anymore. It's just continuously connected to both worlds. So the point I'm trying to make is that there's a lot of substitution of the economy that will happen to get to those very large economic numbers. But then there is a net new value creation that's going to arrive from the bottom up. Now, one thing that we confuse when we look at these numbers is we confuse these numbers with their revenues. Is there a set of companies that will be earning $3 trillion from this capability? The answer is not the revenue. It's really about creating a new economy, just like the economy of the United States. You will have legislations, you will have regulations, you will have protections for the consumer and the businesses. So this isn't about just creating a new platform, a new headset, and a new network. It's actually about creating a totally new environment that needs to be controlled so that people can feel safe in that environment. So it's about creating a new economy, not just mere new revenues. So if I move on from this trillion-dollar economy, the concept of that and how things will be substituted or created, into what's happening today around the world, and we start to look at the global economy, chart missing, but that's okay. We will start to look at how the global economic structure looks like today. If you look at the GDP end of last year, we were roughly 85 trillion globally, okay, 85. And then you have some very big industries like retail, finance, energy, automotive, and so on and so forth. With each of those industries, what we are finding is that there's a big disruption coming that contributes to the numbers on the previous chart. But what is that disruption? So let's look at the retail. In the retail industry, what we're finding is that people are going to shop in a different way. The sellers think that, which is why they start to position the products, market the products, and sell the products differently. That's the new channel, the metaverse. When we look at take the example of the automotive, the way we sell and service the cars is changing already for certain companies all around the world, and they're starting to see the benefits of positioning the service packages in a slightly different way. When we talk about the energy companies are interesting because, not just because of the cost of the oil and things like that in production or the changeover to the renewables. What we're trying to do is find the optimization in their processes in the production. Can we make these industries more efficient? So when we work and look at the new nuclear reactors being created around the world, before the reactor actually is being built, now we're creating a digital twin of that, and we're doing the assessment, the analysis. How could we make it more safer? Run all the what-if scenarios to say, if things go wrong, how do we contain them? And that helps in refining the design. So when we start to look at all those capabilities coming together, suddenly the life starts to become more productive, and we can avoid a lot of issues that we would have seen otherwise. In defense and aerospace, when we are working with the airline companies all around the world in the aviation, we're finding that in the old days before the pandemic, engineers used to fly out from the airline companies like Boeing or GE all the way around the world to solve and do the testing and the resolution of issues with the engines. What we learned in the pandemic, particularly the Lufthansa Technik example in Germany, is that that no longer is needed because we can do those observations and assessments of the engines, the faults, remotely. Okay? And that started the introduction of things like the 5G into that environment. So what we're looking at are a lot of cases that are emerging from all the top 10, 12 industries that make up 90% or so of that global 85 trillion economy. So when we look at the revenues that these industries or the segments of the metaverse will generate, we look at something like this. So in the consumer world, this is our prediction of how the take rate of the metaverse will look like and what kind of revenues will be generated. In the enterprise, we do the same thing based on our partner research and our own research. And industry is more interesting because what you find is the y-axis is roughly the same for each of them, but you get to bigger investments and bigger revenues in the industrial arena. And why is that? So why isn't the biggest investment and revenue generation going to happen here and faster? Partly because the devices are very expensive. Now, who can afford those devices are the large enterprises and the large industries who have a real problem to solve instead of entertainment, right? So this is where we are seeing the bulk of investment going and a lot of infrastructure being created. And when we work with these industrial partners, we look at the application stack, we look at the device stack, the network, and the cloud. And you will see how all the four things come together to deliver the services that we need to deliver in that environment. So the big message for you, this is the right place to be talking about metaverse because this is the part of the world, the economy, the society that will benefit first and more significantly because we're solving real world problems here. maybe I should talk a little bit about 5G and 6G there as well. So the two lines that you see, we also wanted to understand at what point acceleration will happen in the industries or in consumer or in enterprises. And you can see that roughly at around 2025, we will launch something called the 5G Advanced, which will make these metaverse services a lot more reliable and a lot more consumable. So the process flows will happen better, the better capacity will be available, the latency will go down, which means the interaction with each other and the interaction with the machines or the interaction with the cloud will happen much faster. This is the chart that I actually wanted to talk about earlier on. This is that economic chart where we have listed down the contribution to the global economy in terms of trillions of dollars per year. So all the use cases that we talked about earlier, from how shopping will change to how automotive will change, those are very good examples. But maybe let's just pick up a couple of others, because the segments on the right, on the left-hand side to me are bigger, but as you go down, they're still very big. They're still trillion-dollar industrial segments. But if you look at the top 3 or 4, agriculture and healthcare sit over there. What we are finding is that here, the adoption is already quite a way ahead for metaverse technologies. In these segments, it's just starting. Okay? Now, one way we are just starting in these new industries is, take the agriculture example, is when you start the concept of arrow agriculture, vertical stacks of agriculture farming. Okay? What we're finding is that we have something new that we didn't have 5 years ago, which is a lot of data and a lot of points of references. So what the agriculture industry has suddenly realized is that they can use the digital twins of their farms, of their produce, and with all the data that's coming from around the surrounding area and other parts of the world, we have enough of a database so we can simulate the growth of these produce with slight variations in procedures and the process. And when we do that, we find that the yield starts to increase, right? So these are the new adopters of these meta-type technologies, the digital twin technologies. Finally, I want to spend a minute on the healthcare because, again, healthcare is relatively new going into the meta. Data analytics, they adopted a long time ago. AI, they adopted a long time ago. But it's about the visualization of that. And when we start to talk about, can we do a digital twin of the human immune system, that would be great, wouldn't it? Because then you can actually simulate a lot of diseases virtually, simulate a lot of threats virtually, and then learn how to deal with them. But that doesn't exist today. So healthcare has some way to go in building some of those capabilities, digital twins of that, things like human immune system. But the message is still clear, that each of these large industries will benefit significantly from the metaverse implementation. I want to talk a little bit about the Nokia's own journey. So I said we started in the last decade, almost 10 years ago. We started with the human augmentation. What kind of devices will you and I be wearing in future? That was the electronic devices, that was the wetware devices, biological, and then that was exoskeleton type mechanical devices. Where we have ended up is this. We started our journey to the Industry 4.0, again, almost 10 years ago. We automated our factories by first introducing 4G-based solutions and then 5G-based solutions. What we found was that the process automation, the quality control in the production, started to improve quite dramatically. And in some parts of the factories, we were seeing 25% growth, improvement year over year. And that's a big change, by the way. So that's our own learning, that when you go and start to adopt some of these Industry 4.0 solutions, significant improvements happen. We carried on with that journey to introduce the digital twinning to optimize these processes that we could now simulate. And that gives a little bit more improvement in productivity. Then we go into, okay, we've done this. We are implementing Industry 4.0 solutions. We are implementing digital twins. how about we start to introduce these capabilities into our products and solutions so that our customers can use these capabilities also? So, again, almost 5 years ago, we started to introduce this very carefully and very selectively into the portfolio. Where do we solve the biggest problems for our customers by introducing the digital twins? So, those who run big mobile networks all around the world will know that the towers are a big pain to work with. Difficult to access, difficult to do the maintenance work, and so on. So when we started to create the digital twins of a tower, what we realized was we were saving a lot of manual intervention at the site. We could do things remotely. We could use the 3D models of the site to actually tweak things, which saved a lot of money and time for our customers. So that was the start of our journey going into introducing the digital twins for our customers. We didn't stop there. That journey continued. But then we also realized that if we change the way we train our teams, so our technical workforce, but also our customers' technical workforce in a different way, could we make them more efficient, more productive, and safer? And this is where we started to launch learning services in a metaverse-like environment for ourselves and our partners and our customers. And then the final piece that we learned the really hard way, you know, as a big company, big global corporation with talents from all over the world, we thought we could do everything by ourselves in-house. And the answer was no. So what we realized is that there was a need to open up our capabilities, make them available to other partners. Okay? And that started what we concluded on earlier on at the beginning of the session. There will be no one who can own the metaverse because it is such a vast, complex space that you really do need an entire ecosystem coming together. And that's why the power of collaboration between Nokia, our partners, our customers, we're bringing that together to deliver the solutions that we're talking about. If you look at the building blocks of the metaverse, roughly 4 entities start to take shape. We start ultimately with the metaverse user experience. Now here is a depiction of human. Actually, as you will hear from Deme tomorrow, we no longer build networks for humans. We build them for machines as well. This could be solved in the metaverse, right? And Tina will be able to control it from there. Is this better? Okay, good. So, Deme will talk about the machines part tomorrow, so let me focus on the humans today. But in terms of the metaverse ecosystem coming together, there are 4 pillars there. There's, of course, the devices, like the ones launched yesterday. There's the applications, there are the platforms, and there's the connectivity piece. All 4 must work in tandem before we can take full advantage of the metaverse services, before we can get to the right experience, before we can get to the right latency level, and so on and so forth. When we look at it from the device evolution point of view, this is probably the most technical chart in the whole deck. What you find is that there are 3 ways we can create metaverse for the end user device. Okay? It could be on your traditional devices, but they are very power and processing hungry. Okay? But you do need a very strong network and cloud service to work with your device to deliver the metaverse service. It's not very immersive because you're looking at a 2D screen. The minute you start to go into a 3D virtual augmented reality type scenarios, what we find is that the sum of the workload that was happening on that device needs to move into the cloud so that we can reduce the processing and the memory requirements on that device. The end result, the weight comes down, the power consumption comes down, and hopefully the price comes down. Okay? But when we do that, we need a very reliable network to be able to deliver those services. And that reliability is needed whether you are using a macro network from one of the mobile network operators in the country, or you're deploying a private wireless network on campus. In both the scenarios, you need a very strong network that can deliver the throughput and the latency requirements, and more importantly, the reliable connection. When we move down the stack, so this is where we make the device really dumb, some presentation capability, but most of the processing and the memory now sits in the cloud. We started to laugh about it because in the end, we will end up creating something called the Follow Me Cloud. Forget the Edge Cloud. Follow Me Cloud. Everybody will have one. But the point is a little bit more serious than that. When we start to build these devices because we want to bring the costs down even further so that even more people can use these devices and services, we will need to rely more heavily on the cloud and the network. And when we look at different attributes, which you may not be able to see all of them here, but right at the end is the hybrid access. The hybrid access is actually about providing 4G, 5G services through a macro network, but also in the campus, in the enterprise premises, like these industries that we're seeing here this week. So when we look at the solutions that we are bringing to our customers based on our digital automation cloud, which sits in a cloud, by the way. It's a piece of activity where you just need a radio to be installed in a factory environment, and then the rest of the things happens by magic. We call it the Nokia Digital Automation Cloud. If customers require very low latency services on the premises, then what we're doing is we're bringing solutions using the radio and our PON and our transport technologies on the campus so that we can automate these services, and all the heavy traffic that comes from digital twinning and human augmentation can be dealt with on the campus. Real-time analysis, real-time decision-making. Industrial edge. Well, if you're going to put a lot of cloud somewhere, you're going to put some cloud in the enterprise premises or the industrial premises as well. Multi-tenanted. It should run these capabilities, but also your own workloads for the machines or robots that you're running here today. Devices and applications. But again, the final piece in the jigsaw is the openness. But we have realized that without working with the third parties, we will not succeed, nor will anybody else. So opening up our networks, software, services, the interfaces there with our third-party partners allow companies like those that we see here this week, allows them to create the right solution on the top, because we will not be creating them all the time. Okay? So the message is very clear. Without this openness, the Industry 4.0 or Meta in the industries will not happen. And that's the story that I wanted to share with you today. The journey that started 10 years ago, and here we are talking about the industrial metaverse and making it a reality in all the major industries and the segments. Thank you very much for your attention.
For inspiring speech, by the way. So I have a question.
Oh, go on. There's always one.
What is the real reality? Or blue one or red one? That's the real.
Did you feel the push?
That's the real.
Okay, good.
That's
So today we are here real. Mm-hmm. In 5 years' time, if Industry 5.0 does really happen, this might not be even a real show, right?
So did you experience to 5G arena, by the way?
To the 5G arena?
Yeah.
I'm gonna have a chat with you. Absolutely wonderful.
So thanks for the great support.
Thank you for inviting me here.
Thank you. Aspar, just this is your for certificate, and we have a picture here. Thank you.
Thank you, Murat.
Thank you. Evet, şimdi bir panelimiz gerçekleşiyor olacak.
Now we're going to be having a panel until our armchairs arrive. I'm going to explain. Emre Hekim is there. Emre here. Emre, can you come over here, please? Welcome. Now, Emre has a microphone right now. Let's give him one. When we look at the right-hand side of the screen, we see a 5G arena. Sound for Emre Hekim, please. When we look at the right-hand side in the 5G arena, there are many applications about metaverse. And today our topic is the automation of metaverse, but its impact on new business models. So this is your speech, but I want to say something about this as well. Is it remembered more when it's shown physically? Because we are organizing this fair with the motto of industry meets the future. I can answer this in two ways. One, individually, how I adapt something, and then we have to look at the industry culture. stakeholders of the industry in our country, the manufacturers, usually purchase by seeing. At least that's my experience. Therefore, we need to show these solutions to them so that they can make purchasing decisions. At the end of the day, whether it's metaverse or the virtual world, we're trying to show them something. So we should not be breaking away from the reality of seeing. Okay, then, from theory to practice. A metaverse panel is awaiting us. Emre Hekim. Hopefully, this will be a wonderful panel. Today, we have very valuable panelists, and this is something I'm learning. I'm open for improvement, so I'm going to listen to them and experience from that in the area of metaverse and its application in industry. I would like to invite our valuable panelists to the stage. Please sit however you would like. Thank you. Hopefully everything is good. First of all, welcome. Hopefully it will be a delightful panel. And there are lots of things I'm going to learn by listening to you. You have solutions in some of these areas. Let's start by introducing ourselves. With your permission, I'll talk about myself. Emre Hekim, IQ Vision, founding partner. At the same time, MR Robotic Technologies and Robotics and AI Technologies Incorporated. I'm founder. So in the area of hardware and software, I'm active. I am an entrepreneur. Apart from that, approximately for 10 years, I've been born into an ecosystem, born in digital transformation, Humans and AI Association. We think these technologies should be modeled on humans. Adem and other participants, if they could please introduce themselves. Thank you very much. First of all, welcome everyone. Adem Kayar, MCS Automation, MCS Digitization. We're MCS Group. I'm the founder. At the same time, I'm managing them. Approximately, I guess, 10, 15 years, industrial automation systems and digitization are what we're working on. On the other hand, ENOSAD, Digital Transformation in Industry. I'm heading that organization. I'm the president. Society 5.0 Academy. We have an academy for the young and the elderly. So our lives, our processes, our work are focused on industry and digital transformation and applications on digital systems. Tolga Bey, thank you very much. Tolga Yanashuk is my name, Digitalist Companies founding manager. The name Digitalist has been born from digital twin systems. When we were founded in 2006. Today, it's a term that's very fashionable, but its past goes way back. It's a philosophy of digitization. And since then, starting with its subcomponents all the way until its final form, we are providing solutions at every stage. Thank you very much, Sami Bey. Sami is some engineering founder. At the same time, Siemens, SEC, and Delta, where they are solution partners. The real-time location systems are what we're working on. Our company has been established in 2020 together with Arçelik Unilever. Thank you very much. In the second round, we're going to be talking about what you have done. Tolga Bey. Hello. Tolga Kutlu, first industry and commerce company sales manager. In total, it's the 30th year in the sector, and I've been in this position for 8 years. together with Adem Bey and Osad. I'm in the digital transformation team, at the same time Turkish-German Chamber of Industry and Commerce. I'm representing my company in the Digital Transformation Committee. We're going to be talking about industry and metaverse today. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you for the information and for coming here. Second tour. There may be questions and answers, and there may be messages there. From time to time, I'd like to share my own perspective. Tolga Bey has been in this sector for 30 years, and I'm 35 years old. Here's what I'd like to say to the young. Tolga Bey and me, what has carried me to the same platform is the fact that we're working in the right area and following up on technological trends. So young entrepreneurs among us, especially new train technologies, digital transformation, metaverse, and the subsectors, they should be bolder. That's my suggestion to them. So I'll start. IQ Vision, what we call competing and being together.
Hareketler var. O yüzden biz bu rekaber mantığıyla
So with this mentality, we are going to be telling you about the things that we do with this mentality. It's a unique sector. It's not through one sector or one business. IQ Vision has digital transformation, especially for CNC and conventional machinery as well as AI. 360 degrees is the attitude for manufacturing, monitoring of machinery, and the owners of businesses are reported about the efficiency and productivity. It is such a software. And our IoT is the hardware that we are telling you about this, but we're going to connect that to metaverse because at the end of the day, it is a reflection of the reality. So I would first of all like you to introduce your companies. Yes, of course. As MCS Group, we are working on industrial transformation for the last 17 years. We've been continuing with that. We are the solution partner of Siemens company. We have different product groups, RFID technologies, PLC groups, HMI groups, and with these products, we have industrial automation, project preparation, and turnkey projects. The whole process is a part of that. On the other hand, we are involved in digitalization, and we have a company focusing on that. Again, it belongs to the same group of companies, MCS. We focus on digital transformation, and the second enterprise of ours, it is what we exactly do as you suggested, but we don't see others as competitors. We are all specialized in certain things. We all have our potential. It is about retrieval of data from the field, analysis, monitoring of data, storage of data, integration with ERP systems. So it's an end-to-end digital system, analysis, monitoring, follow-up of all the processes. Preventive maintenance is a part of that as well. ERP integration included. So all production processes are digitalized, and we provide solutions fit for smart factories. There are many components here. When all these components come together, smart manufacturing and smart factories are configured. As MCS Group, we are focusing on the basic utilities like power, like engine, and it goes all the way to ERP. So all different processes at a factory are integrated with the smart systems that we configure. And regarding metaverse, I think I will wait until the next round to tell you about our activities and our implementation. And we, of course, have our practice, especially in recent times, along with the pandemic. All of us actually have realized that production may be realized with less people and how processes may be managed from a distance. So metaverse is actually one of the applications that comes to mind, and we also have technologies that we developed for this remote management. Thank you, Murat Bey. Tolga Bey, I'm sorry. Actually, we also have digital twinning. I'm going to tell you about our activities, but as I do that, I'm going to focus on analogies. It is easier. I'm sorry to interrupt. I was going to ask you to. Ask you to do that. We should actually speak less technically. I'm sorry to interrupt, but then again, you really touched upon an important point. This is something we have to extend in our country in order to enhance ownership. In order to have people buy our ideas, people have to feel themselves closer to the ideas. So when we use technical terminology, it is difficult to have everyone understand. So I'm sorry to interrupt. Yes, go ahead, please. Actually, we're making time machines. We're producing time machines for factories. What do I mean by that? As we start working with customers, most of the time we start working with new customers as we build new factories. So how do the time machines work? The client says that I'm going to build such a factory, so many square meters, so many entrances, the production line here, warehouse over there, material intake will be from here. So on top of that, we start developing the digital twin, and the factory, which is not physically established yet, is simulated so that we can see so that the client can see the risks and the situations, whether this would be feasible or not with so many square meters, and when they will be facing a bottleneck, whether their warehouse will be sufficient or their production line will be sufficient, whether all of that will fit in. So we show it in advance. That's why we call it a time machine. Thus, customers, our clients, are able to ensure that their factories are built in a feasible manner so that they may last longer. So what we say is that if you have a factory which is not designed with a digital twin, will only be productive during the initial years. But if your digital factory is if your factory is developed with a digital twin, then it will last longer. And we then have a retrospective time machine. We check to see the labor, the space used, and from there all the inefficiencies and problems. All of those are analyzed, and then we work on the time machine. If I do this today, if I take the machine from here, move it there, what the conclusion of the decisions will be, so we are able to see that. So this actually helps us get away from try and error. So we are able to see the proof of those so that we can take action during the initial trial. We call this digital twin, but I mostly resemble it to a time machine. Thank you. During the second round, I'm going to ask you about the digital trends and technology trends. Of course, there are the realities of the field. We are going to discuss that as well. And of course, we have solutions for metaverse, and which ones are needed from 360 degrees, and which ones will be feasible or easier to purchase. I'm going to ask you to mention that during the second round. Sami Bey, the floor is yours. I don't know whether you can hear me. I can hear you, but I'm not sure whether our participants can hear you. I suppose our panelist's mic is muted. We received a comment that the mic is not on. I think we have an issue, a sound problem. Even if we are discussing the virtual environment, real-world equipment also matters. I mean, we are looking towards the skies for outer space, but then again, we are tackling with the issues of the real world. I think you're back now. Thank you. Our company is offering end-to-end forklift monitoring or live object monitoring, real-time localization and quality control and quality assurance. We're able to simulate those with digital twins. For instance, we can track which part goes into the factory, which part comes out from the factory, who uses what. So with localization intelligence, we're able to see everything in the field. And with our cameras, we are able to develop algorithms to monitor these parts. Thank you. Can I ask you to introduce your company and your solutions, and then we will ask you to talk about your metaverse solutions. As Festo, we are involved in the physical bit, physical, tangible products, supply of these tangible products. But of course, in recent years, digitalization has been added to that. When we think about metaverse, we are talking about the digital world. The first theme that pops up is digital twinning. As I was to make some research on this, I realized that digital twinning is present in the industry, but when it comes to the consumer metaverse, this is not talked about. Why not? Well, after all, in the industrial metaverse, there are certain things that we are trying to do. Production lines, machinery, and the identical items are carried to the virtual environment to make simulations so that we can have digital twinning. When I say twinning, it should be totally identical as identical twins. For instance, we have avatars. Sometimes these avatars may be disproportionate, big head, 3 fingers, long arms, etc. But in industry, you're unable to do that. The image that you convey to the digital environment should be identical with its functionalities, with its sensitivities, etc. So from our perspective, we can not only produce digital twins, but they should be identical twins, and they should be feasible in the metaverse environment. So this is actually the work which is started. I can talk about the details during the second round, and of course it also is reflected on the business models. All this evolution is also encountered in the relationship in the business model, and I can talk about that during the second round. Okay, we will start with you, just to be democratic. So we came here to listen to the metaverse, but before metaverse, there are people introducing their companies and introducing their solutions. We are obliged to do it this way because, first of all, the technology is used and the infrastructure, necessary infrastructure, have to be put forward. It's not like you are discovering a brand new land. This is not a land which is unexplored. As we had introduction about these technologies, metaverse is going to transform all these enterprises. And during the next round, since we have the time, we will discuss the added value and how this will impact the consumers' lives. Let's start with you. As Festo, what are you doing in this domain? And if you have current up-to-date practices or implementation, would you please share those with us? As I have mentioned, currently we have product and process solutions, and we have to adopt these to the metaverse environment. One of the most important things here is that we are acting in an ecosystem. When you say industrial automation, final user, machinery producer, project developer, product supplier, service supplier. So in the metaverse world, everything will come together in the same ecosystem, and all the products and solutions will have to be functioning together. So in order to ensure co-working, you need to have a standardization. All products of all companies should be available with the technical specifications, 2-dimensional, 3-dimensional drawings. But these are specific to the company. But in the metaverse environment, in order to ensure that all of these function together, they should have the same standard. And from one metaverse to the next, you should be able to move them, and they should be adoptable. So the first thing that Festo does is that all the products that are available in the catalogs are on our focus to develop their digital twins. What do I mean by that? CAT data, A-plan templates, plus digital twins data. We can take all this data so that this may be used as standard data. Yes, during the next round we can hear more about this from you, how this is used and what kind of output this brings, so that you may present it to your clients. I am going to ask you to mention that similarly, whatever you're doing in the metaverse, like digital twins, etc., and work that you're planning to do. Well, we also attended WIN-EURASIA last year, and last year we focused on the metaverse area. We included a human, and as that human touches to any machine, the machines are automatically activated. This was a user case. With the technologies that we developed from there, we're preparing for the next year. Next year we will have sensor-equipped gloves, and in real time with all their force we are going to be developing technology. So we are going to bring that to the fair. Our plan is this for next year. But of course there is also the boring part. How are we going to do that? We have to reflect on that. How are we going to synchronize that? Infrastructure is an issue in Turkey as we start with 5G. 5G is an issue. It has not come yet because of the cost. We're going to look at that. I mean, we're going to look into that. The plans are not crystal clear, but we are focusing on clarification of next year's project. Thank you. Hopefully you're going to talk about more hopeful things and positive things. Sure. All the work that we do and the projects that are underway. We have some projects underway. For instance, as the factory is to be built, digital twins are established. And what we have to understand here is that multi-stakeholders are involved in projects and with interactions. These designs are improved and feedback is provided so that it is improved further on. For instance, as an investment is underway for a factory, which was the case rather recently, all the production lines, machinery, warehouses, shelves, and labor. In order to make everything efficient, we made the mathematical optimization in order to have a certain setup. And we came up with a 3D output. On top of that, the architect and the construction company introduced the plan. For instance, the ceiling or the pillars are adjusted last minute by the architect. But then again, you had your setup according to the previous architectural plan. Now, in the newer version, you see that the pillars are adjacent to the machines, so it is actually not acceptable, or it may be about the cement to be used. As a factory is designed, the factory design that we have should be brought together with the architectural design. On top of that, let's say there's a third party in this metaverse. It is the system integrator to install the robots, all the products that are from the production line, a conveyor belt and a conveyor line. And let's say this is integrated with our setup. We make the simulation and then we say that one single pallet will not be sufficient. So the robot company sees it from there, and with the feedback they install the second robot. And then the factory preventive maintenance manager says that with the second robot installed, I'm unable to have access to the maintenance or repair area. So you have to put it next to the other. So this should be done simultaneously. All stakeholders have to be together and they should be on the same page. Otherwise, something that's done by one may be intrusive or intruding, let's say. So rather than doing this in time, this should all be done in real time so that smart factories may be built in a faster manner. With Anode and Festo, we have made a production line, but before we saw the building of that, we saw the digital twin. They are next to one another, but just imagine that the production line is in Eskişehir, but the thing you're touring is in Istanbul. When you push a button here, you can activate the robot over there, or when a machine is broken down, you're able to see it from here. This is what we understand from Metaverse. I am impatiently looking forward to hearing from you. We will start with you during the second round. What you're planning to do, Adem Bey, and what you are planning to offer to the consumers. And actually, it's about the industry of the country, and it is going to be the added value for the economy. I know you have an academic background as well. So, with the perspective of an academic, with the perspective of a faculty member, can you please share that insight with us? Actually, if we are to tell about this, if we are to focus on the system, we are able to retrieve data from here, and with the ERP systems, we integrate it with the smart factories, and this is how we manage the smart factories. It's okay to this extent. We've been doing this for a long time, both in Turkey and in the rest of the world. From now on, the requests that we receive are focusing on augmented reality, like let's take data from the field and then let's make sure that an operator is to provide a maintenance module, or with AI modules we can have preventive maintenance before failure takes place. So automation is ensured, and smart practices are put into implementation. Metaverse as a concept has been introduced mainly, as I am an academic by background, as I had my PhD degree. I remember that avatars were introduced. For instance, I could listen to a professor with my avatar and I could take notes. However, this was in closed loop. It was a small environment. It is real. I am making production. I am able to retrieve data, and with the software that we develop, we are able to manage the process. So I can make double control. I can send signals to the field, and I can manage a machine or a factory. So integration of the metaverse and the industry, as this was asked for the first time, I thought that with my avatar I can go into the metaverse environment, and since I can hold classes with my metaverse, we thought that we can do the same in the industry. So this was the idea that was introduced. That's how we started. So where did we get this idea? Of course, we went through this pandemic. We all went through it. And what was the biggest thing that impacted us? For instance, an employee got the virus. Remember the initial phase. That person would be quarantined, and even his contacts would be quarantined, and you see that next day 10 people are missing. Production failed. And then again, when we take a look at the manufacturing habits of the state, we see that we have to keep the cost at minimum and we have to enhance efficiency. So when we integrate that with Metaverse, if we can integrate and manage our automation systems, then it's going to be a brand new era, should I say, or maybe a new revolution. This was the idea that we came up with. We started with our activities and we call this meta industry. So it's going to be a meta industry, so all the best for that.
I want to be a bit more interactive on this tour. And I'm going to ask as the answer to this question. When we sit down with the industrialists, at the end of the day, the owner of the factory, $10 million, $1 million, $100 million worth of investment. And classic question from industrialists on the level of company owner or decision maker. Okay, what's in it for us? Okay, come and apply this to me. At the end of the day, manufacturing areas require positive science rather than emotions. People want to make money. So mathematically, your targets with meta industry, what are you proposing to the companies? What added value are you intending to create? This is what I was going to tell. What's the purpose? If in a metaverse setting I can receive training or give training with my avatar and use it in different areas, I can do the same thing on the industry side. Then my operator, without coming to work to the factory, can manage their counter. You know, that's the simplest output. From where I'm sitting with my avatar, let's say the factory is in Ankara, I can operate my assembly line and manage it. If we apply this and really make this a reality in the sector, first of all, there will be incredible increases in efficiency. Seriously, saving time from transportation, or even if the staff is sick, they can still intervene from home. People in specialty areas, without going to the factory, working at certain times. The weak economy, and I wrote an article about this. In gig economy, people will only go and serve in the topics that they're have specialized in and get paid in exchange. So I'm going to bring down my costs. So when you put all that together, what we call meta industry, with this concept, I'm receiving this service from the specialists, no matter from where in the world. They will go on the platform with their avatar and provide the service to my company. Of course, this can be developed with many different applications. Let's say maintenance, a specialist. He lives in Switzerland. What would we do in the past? We would bring him from Switzerland. His lodgings, airfare, services, these were significant figures. Whereas entering my platform from Switzerland through his own avatar, solving the breakdown on my counter. And you know, this is an incredible reduction in costs, incredible acceleration. My costs will come down, and because of that, and I will be at an advantage competition-wise. I will be able to sell my product faster and market it more. Of course, this is a brand new concept, right, Murat Bey? Maybe for the first time in Turkey, we're talking about metaverse, meta industry. I guess we're having the very first panel in Turkey. All of us are witnessing a history at the moment. This is just the beginning. Here's how I view life. We have to pioneer many things in many sectors. Let's go market this, apply this. Right now may not be easy. It will not be easy to make money from this. But we're making a beginning. This concept called mega industry, we're throwing it to the industrialists and saying we can apply this. And as you can all see in 5G arena, with this advantage provided to us by Murat Bey, we have applied this, we can apply this. Many different applications can be shown to the industrialists. This is just the beginning, really. In the upcoming period, this will develop significantly and contribute significantly to our industry. Again, for younger entrepreneurs, a footnote. Now, Adem and Festo and previously companies in the automation sector with the previously acquired capital, they started to talk about digital transformation and then provided solutions. That's how it works. I will talk to you about a handicap we have experienced as IQ Vision. We were born in the digital transformation, an output of Industry 3.0, not high automation technology, but totally Industry 4.0. It's because Germany called it so. It's named different things in different countries with equity, something not ready for the market yet, a sector which has not yet established its culture, and nobody to buy these from you so far. Maybe investment incentives, international standards. We were doing something that not yet taken hold. And I see Çağlar Bey sleeping before me. There was not much time for us to sleep in back then. For young entrepreneurs especially, when you enter these sectors, you may have financial bottlenecks continue. You may not be understood continue. I saw a stand here, Lazer Kesim. When we went to them, they would say, "What on earth are you talking about?" I remember this being young guys telling things. So young entrepreneurs and colleagues listening to us online in these leading sectors, as Adem Bey and other representatives have said just now, by benefiting from people's intellectual capital, in fact, by benefiting from their financial power, move ahead like that. Because this regards financing, last year, again, we had a presentation, and I had said we may have a surprise as IQ Vision Digital Transformation Inc. As far as we know, we are the first company to be established for digital transformation and to receive funding. And one of the companies who invested is a bank, one is an investment fund, and two are angel investors. So don't be afraid, continue. Yes, we have spent a lot of time in the valley of death, and we're still involved in these processes. You too, hopefully, by believing in it, by making the effort, by benefiting from the experience of the doyens in our sector. Well, in that sense, you are representing the site with the most obvious examples. What will the company owner gain from this? What are you guaranteeing at the end of the day? With great trust and belief, we propose benefits that they find very hard to believe. Here's what I generally say. If you're going to be investing in a new factory, in fact, if you're going to be establishing two companies, but you're going to throw the other one away because the planning, design, there's no resource or effort, and there's going to be so much inefficiency. You're going to be spending money for two factories. You're going to throw one to waste and manufacture with the remaining one. When I say this, they find this hard to believe, but what did the companies that we collaborated with gain? Automotive company, a huge company quoted on the stock exchange. One of them had 3 different factories, and they wanted to merge all of these on one land. We can't do all three. Let's transport two, they said. We worked on it. And with those optimizations, digital twinnings, it came about that, in fact, all three factories could squeeze. Why did they think they couldn't squeeze? Because they're working in such an inefficient manner and accepting it to be so normal that they thought they could only work that way in the new place. Really, in that factory, the place that they wanted to move two factories to, we made sure they carried three factories. Or a smaller example, one of our customers for digitization, robotization, was spending significant amounts of money, 20 robot, huge assembly line, and we said, stop. Let's work with the digital twin. And what came about in summary was, imagine the assembly line. There's a robot here taking pieces, feeding them into the line. At the end of the line, another robot takes these away and puts them to the side. Two robots. But with that logic, consider with 20 robots. Okay, working wonderfully well. What people used to do, the robot does. Wonderful. Is it working? Yes, it's working. But when you analyze it, what you see is this robot works with 35% utilization. Same goes for the other one, which means that these robots stay idle more than they work. Then instead of doing this as a rope, if I do it as a U shape, then with one single robot I can have the same job done. This is the 20 robot investment has the same capacity with 13, 14 robots. This is what we proved to be the case. There are household robots now. Let's go ahead with figures. 20 robot investment. If we go around the fair now, there are really incredible robots. I've been to the stands that you've done. Companies have done wonderful work. What was the extent of the investment? And you have prevented a wrong investment to begin with. But for the entry-level investment, how much added value have you created as a plus? 50% savings from the investment budget, millions of dollars. The system would have worked again, 1,000 products per hour, and they were going to say Industry 4.0, everything is robotic, but they're spending money with two factories. They are throwing one to waste and using one instead of the investment that goes to waste. ERP. They may set up an exports office in the export market. Those investment budgets can be used in a much more optimum manner. This is what we're showing them. Thank you very much. Really very, very precious info. Sami Bey, you showed me an example yesterday, a prototype, a global brand, an ice cream factory. There's an application of yours. You talked about a script there. We're very noticeable. Can we talk about that in the metaverse universe? And that factory, what we did was the following. Elements of an ice cream, strawberry, chocolate, whatever. The device, the managers and the managers abroad. We had an application for the managers to review the performance of a factory, who took it there, when did it come. They can review everything from that machine. Plus, on the metaverse side, there is the maintenance side. Manufacturing factory, okay, wonderful things, but when they go for maintenance, how they need to fix they need to take their own technician for them to learn how to fix the piece when they go abroad. And then the processes extend. There's problem in returning to the users. Enhanced reality, mixed reality. Their users may, just like in the digital twin, they may see how they can repair in the real life a piece. In the ice cream factory, when a machine breaks down, who needs to do what in a real environment with simulation? They may do the follow-up and they may have it fixed. And again, these all are great savings in the maintenance fee. If you bring a technician from Germany today, it will cost a lot, but this person is connected to you remotely and may provide the technical support on how to mend an entire factory. That's important. Adembe emphasized the same thing, that maintenance, breakdown, for efficiency, for manufacturing to continue. This is important. From Festo, I'd like to ask the following. If you have applications in this area, not from the technical side, but from the commercial side, and if you don't have examples, if you have a target, an enterprise working in the industrial area was going to make this much of an investment, and with a solution we created this much added value for them. And how much investment cost is required for these solutions is important, of course, but if you have an example, I said Festo is mostly on the physical product side, but 3 or 4 years ago, Festo purchased a software company from Germany, especially machine learning-based AI applications were running on this. And the purpose here was Festo's products, wherever they're used, or it doesn't have to be a Festo product, really, on machines, lines, and systems, by using AI and machine learning, quality activities to be managed. There are exemplary projects. We had a project like this for Turkey. And the coincidence is ours is an ice cream producer as well. I don't know if it's the same ice cream maker, but I guess there's a need like this in that sector. What's important here is the benefit for the customer. You can establish a dark factory, have it run unmanned, etc., but none of these is the benefit for the customer. And then it's nothing beyond fantasy in that case. What's important here is the benefit. The benefit is not the product. Our products. The benefit is the changes in the business models of these products. What do I mean? For instance, in the metaverse, all stakeholders may come together, customer plus suppliers, producers. This collaboration is the first priority. It accelerates product development, prototype development, costs come down, and it shortens the time to market for the product. In an ongoing production, changes in the process before disturbing the process, you test it on the digital twin and reflect it on the process later on. For vocational health, it's important. For vocational safety, enhanced reality and wearable technologies, thanks to those, this contributes greatly to vocational safety. Bringing together skills and specialists, and the issue of training. All sorts of trainings. You may easily and rapidly reach them. So increasing the competencies of our employees is a lot easier compared with the past. The benefit on the customer side is this. And the last message, we see, of course, there are people from different sectors, different areas. Those listening online, it's difficult to keep the attention in social, cultural life, healthcare, education. Metaverse will find implementation in many different areas. We're going to be seeing this. And big global technology companies are introducing their own goggles, forming their own markets. At the end of the day, they do these very well, and they script the sector in the market and go into production. I'm going to ask you several questions. Society 5.0, academician, and industrial automation. Adem, I have 3 questions for you. 1, conspiracy theories. Are people going? Are people going to be unemployed? And I think it's going to be evolving into different sectors. Second, which factories are primarily suitable for this? Third, do these require very high investment costs? Starting from 1, Society 5.0, as you know, comes from Germany. There are 2 sides to the medallion. The first is the young people are involved with digital components. They develop themselves and become specialized, and with those technologies, they can come up with projects, use these projects, and make young people love them. On the other hand, as you know, in Japan, there's significant number of elderly. Same for Turkey, in fact. I think we're in that phase. People who are growing old. We have to make sure that we have infrastructures that will facilitate the lives of the elderly, opening up a market for the young, developing their targets, visions, training them with digital concepts, and then on the other hand, making the lives of the elderly comfortable. Now, what are we doing about this? We have certain activities at certain times. About digital transformation, AI, enhanced reality, metaverse. We train the young under these concepts. We organize panels so we can integrate the young. As you said just now, here's what I suggest to the young. The future is digital. We're living in a digital period. No matter what vocation you have, be it social or engineering, you should be aware of the concepts about digitization. Okay, will people remain unemployed? Especially when we go to universities, this is what the young people ask us about digitization. It's in fact yes and no. If you have trained yourself with digital components, if you have made an infrastructure for yourself, if you have integrated this into your training, no need to be scared. But if you're not ready, if you have not worked on this, if you have not prepared for this previously, no matter in which factory you work today or in which office or company you work today, in all processes now, you either have to use the ERP program or use different tools. Your digital competency, if it's present, you're successful. If you have no digital competencies, you'll be challenged. Maybe you'll be challenged in finding a job or a vocation. So maybe in societies which are labor-intensive, yes, digitization will create a problem as regards unemployment. But when we look at Europe today, Europe is in need of trained staff, which they can't find. So I think these two will balance each other out. In fact, the analysis shows that Industry 4.0 has brought about different terms and vocations which will help create more labor force. So Therefore, my personal view is if we're personally ready about digital transformation, then there's no need to be concerned or scared. In fact, there are many different business opportunities, so you'll be able to find employment.
Yok diyorsunuz.
Benim tarafta
So from our side, there is no concern. I mean, we love these topics and we are leading the way, so we don't have such a concern. But I would especially like to suggest this to the young people. If there are digital transformation processes that you feel close to, start working on them during your studies. It could be artificial intelligence, big data, or ERP systems. Start working on them from today so that once you graduate, you feel ready for it so that you can find jobs. And there's this third question, right? Yes, but let's wait for that. With your permission, I'd like to continue with Tolga Bey. Which sectors currently are more ready for metaverse? After all, this is a cultural change. So which areas do you think, or which sectors are more ready for this? I'm sure you have observations from the field. So if you can share that with us, we can proceed accordingly. Well, of course, machinery and automation dominant sectors will benefit more from these technologies. So ready-made apparel or textile industry would be the industries where it won't be that worth it. So more added value, more focus on machinery, more added value products, especially component production and factories where components are prepared. The benefit will be more. So I can say that even more important than that, which sectors, if you ask me which sectors will benefit more, I would say visionary factories will benefit more. I think that's the right thing. So visionary factories will benefit more. Well, that's the case in many domains, especially when we go to the factories. We see that some have 50 machines, the other one 25. The vision makes the difference. Even if they have 25 machines, they go for it. So there's one more thing which we should discuss. This is important for the industry, sustainability that is, and we also have to make sure that we don't ignore it. Factories have to be transferred to the next generation. Not only mean this as passing of the factory from one generation to another, I also mean professional managers and directors to be assigned. So let's finish this discussion with an intellectual touch, if you like. So with these technologies, do you think that this contributes to the economic Well, there is a timeline, actually, a time period. So we should see to what extent this will contribute once this factory is built. So how is this going to contribute to the life cycle? So we have to make this analysis so that we can go in a planned manner. This is how it is, actually, from one generation to another. It passes from one generation to another. We know the life cycle of the machine. We know that the production line never comes to a stop because preventive maintenance is always submitted as a message. And I also would like to make the additional comment that you were asking whether there would be less people employed. No, I mean people who are competent and people who do their job in a perfect manner will never be left unemployed. So it's up to the people. Okay, let's hear it from you, Tolga Bey from Festo, and then Adem Bey, we will start with you for the last round. If you have additional messages, we can get that from you. Yes, Tolga Bey? Yes, sustainability is an extended topic. It has many pillars, I would say. But the most important thing is financial sustainability. So, of course, it contributes. It also contributes to the competitive edge. And secondly, in Europe, there are many medium-sized companies, and as generations change, you see that companies may not stay as they are. For instance, when the factory is switched to the digital twin, even if the owner changes, the productivity is kept at the same level. So from this perspective, this certainly contributes to the sustainability. Of course, there's also the energy bit, the carbon footprint, diversity of employees, equality of opportunities. But if I'm to make a summary, the most important thing is about ensuring financial sustainability, and digitalization is key in that. So Adem Bey, we are coming towards the end of our time. If you have anything else to comment on, you're most welcome to do that now. Well, meta industry is the industry is the concept we are discussing today. Well, digitalization is key for the future. No matter from which sector we are, we can't avoid digitalization. If we retrieve data, if we are able to process data, then we may monitor the production process. This is how we may enhance our quality and efficiency. And this year's motto is meta industry. And with this concept, we are taking steps toward the future. From the metaverse environment, we are discussing these issues. I would say, especially for the manufacturing sites, I would strongly recommend that industrial automation systems are included in their radar and that they prepare the infrastructure for that, and then step by step with digital twinning, with metaverse technologies, as they leave this, as they pass this on to the next generation, they should be leaving a digital factory. This is going to be key for sustainability. So enterprises with digital infrastructure will be on the winning side. So there are people listening to us here and on the online environment. I would strongly recommend them to follow us on the digital channels. Tolga Bey, we have listened to you with great insight. So your final comments, sir. The feasibility analysis has to be made thoroughly, no matter what the focus is. If you're investing in technology, it's not only about the cost, but it is also about the benefit that this will bring. For instance, if I buy this technology, what will this enable? So this calculation or analysis has to be made thoroughly, because as far as I can see, this is not done. This technology is sold for 10 TL. Can't it be 5 TL? I mean, there's such a bargaining. So we see that this is heading towards such a direction. But if financial feasibility is able to present that the return of investment will be twofold, unless all these financial analyses are conducted properly, projects may be harmed. Then it may be a miscarriage if thorough analyses are not conducted. I mean, projects have certain costs, but then again, I should be able to clearly see the benefit that I will get. Thank you very much. Sami Bey? This is like the railroad. Everyone is going to be obliged to switch to the digital environment, just like the switch from NC to CNC. Everyone will be obliged to switch to the digital transformation. So without the final level, we should make sure that we act in a timely manner. So you're saying that it's important to lead the way as a vision, as a perception. Yeah. This is going to enable you to lose less money or invest less, as Tolga Bey mentioned. If they start now, they will be able to minimize the loss of money from today. Thank you, Tolga Bey. What I'd like to add as a comment is that actually, as we started discussing Industry 4.0, we had encountered that we'd like to be a part of this Industry 4.0. How can we do this? Can we buy this? How can we adopt to this? Companies were asking. Today, we're talking about industry and metaverse. Most probably, everyone is now thinking ways and means of switching to the metaverse. So let me share my observations with you related to this. So companies should be able to decide on their strategic priority in the metaverse. Will they be consumers or will they be contributors? They should decide on that first. And secondly, if they are going to be producers rather than consumers, then in order to be prepared, they should be able to build teams. They should prioritize that team building, and they should allocate budget for these teams, and they should be prioritizing. It may be an R&D team or marketing or sales. So it all will take budget and empowerment. Of course, the priority is that everything is digitalized. Everything has to be digitalized. And finally, metaverse is not an environment in which a company may act independently. It requires cooperation and it offers interdependence. So strategic partnership is key. Who will partner with whom? That's key. So if you ask me, this is quite crucial, especially startups and other companies that emerge will have to find themselves strategic partners. Thank you very much. And finally, I'd like to share with you my comments. First of all, I'd like to thank WIN-EURASIA for enabling this platform. I'd like to thank them for their fair organization and for bringing us together in order to discuss these important topics. The society, with all its partners, are affected from all these developments. I'd like to extend my thanks to Murat Beyazıt and Hannover Messe for giving us the opportunity to discuss this. On behalf of all of us, I'd like to thank Murat Bey. And secondly, I was quite surprised to receive an invitation from NTV, a national TV channel. When I was invited to talk about IoT, I had seen that many people are confused, but I now see that everyone sees me as IoT. They call me Mr. IoT. They even forget my name, but they don't forget my association with IoT. At the end of the day, it's all about data and migration of data and digital twinning and transfer to the metaverse universe. I'd like to deliver a message to my young friends. There are so many opportunities in this domain, so much space. Please be brave. Well, let me put it this way. I am an entrepreneur and I have gone through its difficulties, so I will continue to share my know-how and experience with you. I'm sure our panelists are ready to assist you similarly. You may contact us anytime, anywhere you like. First come humans. As I always say, humans are prioritized. Yes, these technologies will be migrating certain capabilities to the digital environment with the trends and everything. Certain things will be left to the machines, but at the end of the day, it's up to the humans to write these software and develop these technologies. Hopefully, we had a democratic way of moderating this panel discussion. I can see that I have done so as I take a look at your faces. Thank you very much for your attention. I also would like to greet everyone who is watching us on the online environment. Thank you very much.